The best always come.
Overall PGT history, this is the greatest run.
Because of the prestige, because of the pursuits.
The moment belongs to this guy.
Because of the prize.
Unbelievable. He just wins it.
They're here for the US Poker Open 2025 edition. And with that, we welcome you to Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the 2025 US Poker Open final table coverage of event number one, a $5,000 buy-in, no limit Texas Hold'em tournament coming to you from the PokerGO Studio at Ariano Resort and Casino. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hankson. Brent, this series is where the best of the best do battle.
The US Poker Open inside the PokerGO Studio. This is really the heart and soul of the high roller community.
Our chip leader today is Francis Anderson. He is on quite the tear of late. A World Series of Poker bracelet, a high roller circuit ring within the last year. He struggled at the studio until the first event of this year's series. He is on top of this leaderboard presented by Global Poker. Ping Lu in second, Kristen Foxen in third. One of our satellite winners, Michael Ariano, at this final table, as is Justin Saliba, Anthony Hu, and two-time USPO Series champ David Peters. Kristen Foxen told us she's starting to feel home court advantage in this studio, and that's dangerous for the rest of the field.
I don't care where the venue is. Kristen Foxen, one of the greatest players in the world. Does not surprise me that she's got a chance to take down this first title.
A look at the payouts presented by Octopi Poker. Our final seven guaranteed $25,800. Little less than a 7K paycheck to kick things off. Up top, $158,025. 158 points in the race for the Golden Eagle. 40K, 80K, and 80K big blind ante. And here we go.
Disco David Peters, our short stack. Worth noting, he and Francis Anderson have talked a ton of poker over the years. Very close friends. They know a lot about one another's game.
Kristen Foxen, the 10-2 suited in the small blind. Peters a little more than 10 bigs to start this hand.
Suited Doyle.
200. 200.
Race to 200K. It's the 10-7 suited for Peters. In his 16th US Poker Open cash, tied for second all time with Kerry Katz. Does make the call off the short stack. 480K in the pot, as you see in the bottom right corner of your screen. How's this for a flop for that suited Doyle?
Not bad. Bottom pair with the flush draw. Just a picture perfect start for Chrissy Foxen. Helps when you just smash the flop.
Indeed. She'll go 25% pot, 120,000.
Pretty unfortunate texture for Peters. Yeah, we've got backdoor hearts, a backdoor straight, but our stack is so short in accordance to how much is already in the pot. It's a tough float.
He is out, and the first pot of the day goes to Kristen Foxen.
It was like a mark. Kind of bent.
She's won a PokerGO Cup tournament. She's won a Poker Masters tournament, looking for her first USPO tournament title.
It would have been from the last guys who used them. I didn't touch that one.
Foxen.
Those PLO
The
guys.
Foxen.
It's the first card you know they're knowing.
Power couple.
Yes, yes.
Kristen's a five-time bracelet winner.
Yeah.
Those
He wants to
PLO.
wash.
Just shy of that $10 million in career earnings mark as well. That will
PLO guys who they kind of
inevitably
peel us a
happen
little
at some
bit.
point
Yeah.
this year,
Or-
probably during this series.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
feel like they're always complaining about marked cards.
A lot of the personalities too, though. But yeah.
David's definitely getting a big hand here now. Watch.
It's only one deck on my side, so I have nothing else to do.
What do you think Ariana is thinking right now? The satellite winner, sandwiched in between David Peters, Anthony Hu, surrounded by some real killers.
Just living the dream,
Yeah.
Ariano. How much did he satellite into this thing for?
$560.
$500
Into
and a dream.
5K into a final table. Sitting next to a two-time series champion,
it
David
Queen?
Peters.
No.
Good look of
It wasn't
Ariano.
one.
Like it wasn't.
You know, there were 8 total satellite winners into this event.
That's
Great
strong.
opportunity to
Grand
get in
final
for the min, so to speak.
Only 50-50 though.
A look at the PGT leaderboard.
Wow.
Chino Ream leads the way. Beautiful graphic.
Love
I must
this.
say. Kristen Foxen can move into first with a third-place finish or better today. If she finishes in third, she and Chino would be tied at 928 points. First or second place, and she is the sole leader.
Did you notice Nick Schulman, by the way, down there in
Always
fourth,
there.
does not have a win, but has 13 cashes. This guy goes
impressive.
deep in final tables, everything, and wait till he actually starts winning these events, which of course we know he's fully capable of doing. Might be a career year for jolly old St. Dripolis, Nick Schulman.
Same could be said for Joey Weissman after an outstanding PokerGO Cup showing. Won that series championship before the final event. Had even reached its final table.
Saw Joey prior to play, said he's going to give it a run. Obviously wants to win the Golden Eagle.
That too.
He's going to see if he's got anything left in the tank.
You won this twice?
Won twice, but the first time it wasn't an eagle.
Okay. It's a really nice eagle.
Yeah. I have to see if they'll swap it out.
Yes.
Because I have three small ones as well. so I got
Okay.
the whole
Oh,
family.
wow. Yes. You need the big grandfather
exactly.
eagle.
There it is.
And there it is. That's heavy too. That's the real deal.
It's like 60 pounds. Pure gold, Jeff.
Pure, is it real?
Yeah.
60 pounds of
Yeah.
pure gold.
Yeah. Very
Wow.
valuable.
Our chip leader will go to work here at the ace-deuce suited. Our satellite winner finds 2 10s in the small blind. Off about 15 big blinds.
Uncomfortable stack size, but I think we know what we're supposed to do with this type of hand.
Right, perhaps makes the decision easier.
Worth noting, there are 2 very short stacks,
True.
of which is David Peters. I mean, there is certainly some thought to playing tight, but he's not going to do that. Grip and rip.
Sorry, I got it.
And that will get through for Michael Ariano out of Spring, Texas. Houston area. Lives in Las Vegas now. He and his girlfriend of a 2-month boy, Luca.
Luca.
Luca,
Wow.
like Luka Doncic.
How about that? And he's
Not
from
on
Texas.
the Dallas Mavericks. His
Yeah.
first PGT final table. His last cash came at the $150 Friday Night Monster stack at the Orleans.
Love that. Living the dream.
Take a look at the USPO by the numbers. More than 180 players have cashed in a US Poker Open event. Stephen Chidwick has 19 cashes. Peters and Katz with 16.
You had a chance to talk with Michael Ariano. Was he nervous prior to play?
Said he felt a little pressure just because he knows the players surrounding him are more studied in the game. They've been here before. They have more experience, but he looked at it as a free roll. Excited for the opportunity.
Right.
All on.
Peters, all of it with the ace-8.
How much was it?
$5.95.
Oh, close
Anderson
one.
with ace-6 is good, but he asked for a count.
Just about 7 bigs for Peters.
$5.95.
Ace-6 can certainly be ahead of plenty of hands. The Queen Jacks, King Queens of the world. If he does call, Peters is a huge favorite.
Fold.
Wow.
Does let it go, does find the laydown.
Man, that's discipline.
It is indeed. That's Haley in the
Haley wasn't there, I
background,
would've called.
cheering David on.
Is she better luck here than
Yeah.
at home on the rail? Is she typically?
I am
good luck
nice. I pulled it.
person?
I don't know.
You're not sure. Okay.
I'm not
She
sure.
wasn't
actually.
here when I hit the 4s
Yeah.
against the ace queen.
Oh,
I
yeah.
blow up a dangerous player.
I don't remember. the
That's
other
why
one.
I brought her. 'cause she's
Yes,
like,
that's
all
what I'm
we gotta,
saying.
We gotta switch it up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why isn't Haley playing? Doesn't she get out there and fire a
She
lot
does.
of these
She
5
does
and
get
10K
out there a little
events?
bit.
Guess she's just here for the support.
Yeah.
Now that the daddy dust has settled for David Peters, I expect to see a lot more of him playing all of these events throughout the course of the year. He did take a decent amount of time off, adjusting to
250.
fatherhood. Mr. Anderson kind of has a Matrix vibe to him, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Glasses, the black shirt, looking sharp.
The guy plays every single tournament that's
Loves
going
it.
on. Loves the grind. Does quite well on it.
Reminds me a lot of the Eric Baldwin types.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter the buy-in, he's just out there in the event.
Look at the chip denominations presented by Splash. The blues are 5Ks, purples 25K, PCL Bumblebees worth 100,000 each.
Curious if he's going to get busy on the button with any 2 and attack Ping Lu, Saliba. Queen deuce off, not quite good enough. Seeming the timing is just perfect as Lu wakes up.
Ping Lu rocking the Triton hat, perhaps in support of his wife Kathy, who works as COO for Triton.
Players, if you're signed up for today's 10K, we are starting the table draw.
She is a fantastic
She is
person. What an asset over there. Tremendous pickup by Triton.
Very highly thought of in the poker community.
It's been a long time with the World Poker Tour. Kathy's
Yeah.
out.
All in.
Uh-oh.
Saliba jams.
1.4.
Lou will make sure, but we're pretty sure the chips will go in here.
This is a very interesting shove by Saliba, considering the shorter stacks at this table. You can see it's applying a ton of pressure to Ping Lu as well. I assume this is a mandatory call. There it is.
And there is that call. And here we go. Justin Saliba's tournament life on the line early at this final table. $2.75 million in this pot.
1.335.
Either Lou becomes our chip leader or Saliba's back in business. Gonna be hard for Saliba to find that business.
He's got
After
plenty of
comes ace, queen,
backdoors.
deuce.
Well,
The turn is a queen, and that will do it for Justin Saliba on the board at the 2025 US Poker Open, out in 7th, $25,800.
we talked about the $10 million earnings mark. Saliba is so close to having achieved that. It's at 9.9 million and change. I don't believe that 25K is going to be
Correct.
enough to get him there. It was a wildly ambitious shove by Saliba. I'm sure it's solver approved, Jeff, but you know I don't believe in solvers.
That's right. And you would have put ping on the ace-jack suited, too, right when he raised.
I'm just out. Yeah, I make that soul read.
Yep. Look at Ping Lu's bio board. The Wolverine lives in Vegas.
Neuroscience.
Yeah.
This guy's smart.
Smart dude. He's a Lakers fan. So
Hey,
congrats to
Luka.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big
No.
Luka fan now.
Yeah.
Big game
That's
tonight.
great.
You going to be watching?
Big game tonight, in doubt. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Don't know if I can handle it. I just started watching basketball about a week or so ago. Rewatching. Really?
You recovered?
Yeah. Well, kind of. So we welcome you all in on the YouTube streets, Pluto, Sling, YouTube TV, PokerGO, wherever you're watching us from. We thank you.
Yeah, we are out there far and wide. Jeff and I are in the chat. We'll go through some of these comments, questions, anything you guys have for us. We'll get to it.
Like from Zane, what's up, Platt? Where you been, homie? I just been mourning the Luka trade. Finally back.
Yeah, Joe Geegan, he thinks we're showering him. He says, welcome back.
Thank you.
He wants us to brush up our PLO. He missed
really
us
no
over the
need.
last couple of weeks. Yeah, we're good, you know. I don't know who did PLO, but they can keep it.
Yep. Anderson, ace king makes it 160K. Foxen in the big blind. 10-9 suited.
Very defendable, of course. What a price being laid. Two big stacks will collide.
Jack 6 with one spade.
I saw the window and I thought for sure she was just flopping a straight flush. Might be the type of texture though where she can get very creative out of position.
That 3 to the straight flush.
Right.
Dynamic.
Be curious. I don't think fold will happen, but I am very curious if she comes with a check raise or potentially just a call. Very small bet from Anderson. You can see there's almost 500,000 out there. She is out.
Perhaps the shorter stacks lingering of
I
an
think you're
impact
right.
there.
I think you're spot on with that. Just no need. Not yet. She'll pick her spots when it's time to fight.
US Poker Open presented by Global Poker. Thrilled to have them on board. Got the US Poker Open going on now at Global Poker as well, so you can get in the mix. Or you come down to the studio and pay 10K for event 2. It's up to you.
So I could play online in the US Poker Open over
Yeah.
at Global Poker.
Yeah.
How great is that?
Win yourself an eagle.
Wow. Can I play right now while we're on air?
You can. I don't see how that would actually impact any of the commentary you usually give us.
You want me to walk you through all my hands?
Not really. But you do have some US Poker Open experience, if I'm remembering correctly.
Well, a lot of people still talking about that experience that you're alluding to.
Your
Multiple final
eighth place
tables.
finish in event number 5 in 2018.
Uh-huh.
And a 5th place finish in event number 3 that year.
Anything else, or is that it?
I think that's it, unless I mean, you tell me if I'm missing something.
Well, what did I lose? I lost to Scott Seaver heads up. That wasn't the USPO?
750.
I don't believe so. I do remember that, but it was not a USPO event, sorry to say.
I might pretend it is.
So you were at a final
Haley,
table
Forgot the chair.
Yeah, where you at?
in
Come on.
2018 with
Go, honey.
Steven Chidwick, Daniel Negreanu,
Yes.
Jake Schindler,
Uh-huh.
Seth Davies, and Nick Schulman, and Keith
Right.
Tilston, and Brent Hanks.
Yeah.
So we take a look at the chip counts presented by Global Poker. Ping Lu on top of that leaderboard. Francis Anderson close. He entered the day with the chip lead. Kristen Foxen in a comfortable 3rd place spot. Ariano in 4th. Our short stacks are David Peters and Anthony Hu.
You want to keep talking about me a little bit more?
No, that's about all I got.
Yeah. You ever final table
Great
a
run.
US Poker Open event?
No, I haven't.
Is that right?
I've not. I haven't played one.
You haven't
But I
cashed
also
one, you
haven't-
mean?
What? Oh, I did play one. Yes, I'm 0 for 1. I'm 0 for the PGT. Me and Landon. Who with 2 sevens?
Under the gun. The ultimate short stack, less than 10 bigs. This is probably pretty close. I
Just use a time
genuinely
extension.
don't know if it's an all-in or a fold. I would imagine we're all in with sevens, no?
I would think it's just good enough as well.
Yeah.
Who agrees? And for most of it. That gets through. Incredible one. It says salute to the chat, the mods, Brendan Jeff live from Bangladesh.
Bangladesh.
Thank you for checking us out.
Is that in Ohio?
I did. No. No.
What
it's
state
not.
is that?
It's outside of the United States. We have an international audience, and we encourage that international audience to check out Octopi, octopipoker.ai. You can look up all these spots from all of these final tables that we're showing you. You're like, huh, Saliba, King 5 off in the big blind with these stacks. We'll check it out on Octopi within the next day.
I am going to check that spot out.
That's going to be the first spot you'll have ever checked.
He torched it. I could be wrong.
I don't know.
It is amazing, though. As soon as this final table wraps up,
160.
by this time tomorrow, the whole thing will be ingested over at Octopi
unbelievable.
Poker, and you can go through every single hand. With the footage, by the way.
With the footage.
You're watching the footage while you piece
Listen to
everything
us
together.
again, or
Yeah.
put us on mute, or listen to us.
I'm pretty sure, by the way, the pricing for Octopi Poker, it's like a last chance sale. You only have between now and the end of April
is
to get in
indeed.
there.
The next 3 weeks is the last chance to secure 33% off the 2025 subscription price. Get on it, trust me.
Wow, the richest guy I know.
All right, turning dealers, please shuffle your deck. Be ready to go here. Players, thanks for coming out.
Tournament Director Paul Campbell kicking off event number 2, 10K buy-in.
2 re-entries per event, so 3 goals max. Registration's going to close at 5 o'clock. And in the 10Ks, once you hit level 13, then the levels will get extended to 40 minutes.
We Poker. I'm just picking up. She's a new ambassador for We Poker. Wasn't there a documentary about We Poker? So we something.
We work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We
Hopefully
work.
We
Not
Poker
the same
takes
company,
takes a different track.
Right.
Great deal for both sides there, you
Turn
imagine.
dealers would like to get a high card for your own button. Please turn with dealers high card for your own button. Players, you notice that we have 8 chairs around the table. We're going to draw in 8-handed. My goal is to have you guys actually play
Paul,
the
how
game.
long does it take to start this event? I mean, we should be good by now, right?
If you open per table, we're going to try to keep you.
How
Is
many
he reading
announcements do we need?
Reading a story?
Unbelievable.
All right, dealers, you should have your buttons.
My God.
established.
Still going.
All right, players, thank you very much for coming out. We are 500, 1,000, 1,000 Annie. Dealers, go ahead and get in there, please. 5, 1,
About
1.
the same.
There is Kristen's husband, Alex.
The big guy.
10s for Ariano, 9s for Ping Lu.
See, Alex Foxen finally won a PGT event. He went way
Like
too
how you
long
stack your
without winning an event. He won
Thank
a
you.
PLO event.
Organized.
I think it was a 25K buy-in. I could be wrong.
The hardest part
You're the
of it
stats
so
guy.
far,
I am.
Yeah.
You know, all
Finished
the
second in the
logistics.
10K, first in the 15K.
There it is.
And then I think second in the last event, right?
Yeah,
with
he had
that
a
series
shot to win it
on the line.
outright. Per usual, they did this massive side bet there were 8 players that posted $50,000. And the only way you could win it all is if you were the player of the series.
Just to win it all,
which
yeah.
Jesse Lonis did. He was
Unbelievable.
involved with that bet. So imagine being a part of that, such as Daniel Negreanu, knowing that you're just dead. Because if no matter what, if
Right,
Foxen wins
yeah.
the final event, he wins it. Otherwise, Jesse Lonis has it locked up.
We take a
I'll
look
help
at
you
event
guys
number
out, see?
1.
Yeah,
Its
we
numbers,
just put it down.
129 entries. Creating a prize pool of $645,000. An outstanding turnout. Beating last year's event 1 by 13.
Well, we got a qualifier, Anthony.
Ace, queen, suited.
Would recommend playing. Perhaps for all of it.
Do you really need to use the time extension? That's interesting. Maybe min raise versus jam is the question. I don't know, as he does put most of it in there.
Well, you know everybody loves the tank and the high rollers.
That's true.
It's just you know, very normal part of the game that so many of us enjoy.
Anthony,
I do like the
whose
shirt, by the way.
second career U.S. Poker Open cash. Was close to winning the PokerGO Cup back in 2023.
Wow.
This is the road you take to get to the PGT Championship, that $1 million free roll at the end of the year. Top 40 on the leaderboard, get in. The better you finish on the leaderboard, the more chips you start with. And you all could win a seat.
Come on.
PGT.com/dream-seat. Never know.
You
The
just go
ultimate
there,
spin-up.
click that link, and you have a chance to play in the PGT Championship.
Like 1.7.
I'm going to click it right now.
Do it.
I would like to play. I'm sure I'm eligible.
$400.
Ooh, Ping gonna pounce with the king 6 off. See, 3 bets to 400K, and Peters looks down at 2 8s in the big blind off 10 bigs.
Boy, if he can find a way to stick it in, he does not.
That gets the ace-jack into the muck. Well done, Ping Lu.
That was outstanding by Ping Lu.
Chip leader applying pressure with that king 6.
All right, players' hands are off, 5 minutes left. Ping has to grab it.
Okay.
How many hands we're gonna play? We are playing 4 hands. So 4
Max.
max. All right, 4 hands.
US Poker Open brought to you by Splash Sports. We had a blast in our No Game Will No Future Survivor pool.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, I mean, we lost, of course, expected.
Oh,
I got the last small bit.
yeah.
Good draw.
Who ended up winning that, by the way?
I don't know.
We got to
You were
find out.
kind of close.
I had a shot.
Ace queen off, Foxen on the button. Bumps it up to 400,000.
such a pretty hand, 9-8 suited. I'm never folding, but it's probably incorrect to call. Anderson getting out of the way. All these shorter stacks, you're just trying to avoid a massive pot unless you've got the stones. By the way, the winner of that No Game No Future Vegas Madness contest, I believe it was Ben Fishbein.
Benny.
Ben Fishbein, yes.
See you on No Gamble, No Future.
2 people survived all the way to the end, had Florida, but based on the seed total, winner take all, Ben Fishbein. Sure he's watching.
Not about me, Brent, but I did have Houston at plus 650. That was cool.
You know they got second, right? Or excuse me, not second.
Right.
But
It,
you know they
it
lost.
did not pay. You were, yes.
Right.
Yes. Thank you for asking.
Florida beat them.
Yeah.
Jeff.
Thanks.
I don't think you're going to get paid out.
I turned it off when Houston was up 12.
Thought it was over, huh?
Yeah.
I actually had turned off the Duke-Houston game thinking that it was over in the Final Four. Turns out it was a good one.
Good ending.
Yeah.
Anderson opens here at the ace-8 student. Luke calls with 6s.
Okay. Now, I mean, we just can't fold 7-8 suited. I would have been in there 20 minutes ago.
Who eventually decides he's in there as well. King 10 deuce a rainbow, 1 heart, 1 diamond.
Seemingly clear intent from Anderson to shut it down, but it just checks all the way around. Take a look at some texture on the turn. Now what? A very fascinating post-flop scenario. I'm going to keep my eyes on Anderson. Does he now feel like he can bet, given this texture? It does not. I'm just shocked. This looks like it just goes to showdown. I don't think Ping Lu feels like he has the best hand. But maybe. And he does, as we can see. This is a bluff, by the way. In his mind, he's turning these 6s into a bluff. That was not for value. He was trying to get a hand like 8s or 9s to fold.
$125K the starting stack as we look at the format presented by Card Player. 30-minute levels throughout this 5K buy-in. 20 seconds on the shot clock pre, 30 seconds post. Chatty bunch at this final table.
Yeah, very talkative. They usually are.
Peters, the ace-deuce suited in the cutoff, less than 10 bigs.
All in?
All in.
755.
755.
jam will get through.
Maybe we should allow Haley to sit at the table.
Fine.
Let's carry the conversation up.
We
there.
need it.
Playing great, David.
David Peters won the U.S. Poker Open in 2019, won the U.S. Poker Open in 2021. 16 cashes, 12 final tables, 5 tournament titles, 3rd on the USPO all-time money list. David is Goliath. I like it.
Ah, very clever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Certainly a monster with the USPO, really, at all of our PGT events.
On 5-3?
What? What?
Put you on 5-3.
Me? 5-3? I just saw when I saw.
Is it up to 10?
Yeah, this
Yeah.
This hand.
last
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, last.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay, okay.
I think it's-
Ah, okay.
They're gone?
Would you prefer to watch the color up or hit some music?
I'm going to hit some music and watch the color up.
Let's just go with the music. Play the U.S. Poker Open online series at globalpoker.com, running now through April 20th. You can compete for big prizes and a trip to Las Vegas. The series features a variety of tournaments, including mystery and progressive bounties, turbos, and deep stacks. Play the U.S. Poker Open now at globalpoker.com.
$5,000 prize package?
Yeah.
You didn't tell me
Sounds
that earlier.
great.
Now
No, I didn't know
now
what the
I'm
exact
hopping
amount
at
of
it.
money.
I need to play.
Get in there.
I need to play.
Yeah. Will you order an aquaponic for me? Thank you. 2-minute break.
You know,
First
Michael
coloring.
Phelps is a global
gonna be,
poker
like,
ambassador.
Yes, he
now.
is.
I didn't even know they had
Loves the
swimming.
game.
I have
No, they don't.
Swimming competitions.
Just
global.
poker, I think.
No, he's a swimmer.
Just poker.
Great swimmer, Jeff. Olympian.
Good poker player. It's so quiet. What do we do now?
Is everyone okay?
You've been on Splash Sports lately? Great place. PokerGo.
I have to drive to the border to register on Splash Sports. 'Cause I can't play here.
That's right.
Yeah. You want to go after the show?
Sure.
Great.
What's up with you guys in the chat? Are you whispering?
In all seriousness, what the hell is happening?
I think we meant to take this time out of the broadcast. It's all good. We're good. We're here. We're with you guys in the chat.
Would you quiet down?
Sorry,
I
I didn't know you were supposed to be
yeah.
quiet.
This is a
We can't just sit
moment
here in
of
silence.
silence for all of us, where this is the whisper zone,
The Whispers.
the Poker Authority card player. How about that?
Great magazine.
Wow.
I am the real Murph says I can't tell if this is turning me on.
Excuse me?
Back to the action here. Presented by Global Poker.
I think Murph makes a point in the chat.
This is
This
great.
is very intimate.
James says, shh, time for a nap. Ah, it was nap time. Wish I would have known that from the beginning.
So far, this has been my favorite part of the show.
This is great.
Yeah. Isn't there a T-shirt company that has the whale on it as well?
I don't know.
Great shirts, I think. I don't fit in them, but I'm sure they're lovely.
That's great.
Starting to get a little bizarre.
Nancy Hall, are they on a break? I think so.
I believe we're taking the break with them, but
Yeah.
we're all going to whisper.
Everybody's on break.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to sing a song or something?
Not really.
Now what if we all just start yelling?
That That would shock everybody's system. I don't
Total
think
spin cycle.
Ooh, some breathing.
You know what I'm saying,
exercise.
Jeff?
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Yep.
See, isn't that was? This is a true exercise of the mind.
What about breathing exercises? Charger T just tuned in for this. Imagine,
I think we are really coming back now.
imagine clicking on this feed and just hearing this, and you're like, "What am I?"
This is
am I
what people
watching?"
tuned in.
Welcome back to the 2025 US Poker Open Event 1 final table coverage
Yeah.
for this 5K buy-in.
got a
Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks.
9, I think.
Okay, nice work, man.
Thank you all for being here. We raised the blinds, 50K,
And
100K.
you don't even have to ask Chrissy how much she has. Nice organized.
It's very organized.
3s.
100K big blind ante.
6 and 4, Chrissy.
Thank
right?
you. Okay.
What's I'm small blind.
Anthony Hu, ace 9.
3.2 for Chris.
Well, he's re-energized, still chewing on his food. Just under 7 bigs. I mean,
650.
yeah, we gotta go.
Right to 650.
Hu with about as much energy as we had during that last break.
They always get through, huh? You're sick.
So
Dude,
far.
Let's go.
Then when
He's
they
back.
crazy.
There we
You
go.
shoved 10
Then when they
times
don't,
blind
I
David.
don't.
Yeah. He shoved 10 times.
Blind versus blind
Yesterday?
David,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually pretty sick.
yeah. And David didn't have a face card any of the 10 times.
Are your allergies bad right now, by
Terrible,
the way? Jeff?
terrible, yeah.
Isn't it awful this time of year?
It's brutal out there.
I can't
You taking anything?
breathe. For allergies,
Careful how you answer that. Yeah, for the allergies specifically.
I have low T, so I take a
That's-
supplement.
Okay, didn't.
I'm getting
Need
up
to
there
know.
in age, Jeff. I'm
Yes,
going to
you
be
are. You're very old.
I'm in my 40s.
It's incredible. Take a Zyrtec and use some nose spray. That helps a little bit.
You got to be careful with that nose spray. Afrin, no free ads, of course.
No free ads. It's not
Yeah,
Afrin.
not
if that
good for the
helps or
nasal
hurts.
cavity.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I take a Flonase. A little
Oh.
bit of Flonase.
So it is. Nose spray is. How does Foxen navigate with the Queen 10 suited facing button raised from the chip leader? She's just out. Peters with the ace 9 suited.
Wow, out of the big blind, ace 9 suited. Yeah. Eat it. All of it, almost.
It's 8, 25.
25.
We have fold equity if we're paying low. We can posture a moment. Don't believe we're getting it in with king 6.
Only.
Well, okay. Well,
Yes,
let's just
we
get it in
are.
with king 6 off.
Haley.
Wow.
The King 6 versus the ace 9 suited. Peters in a nice spot,
Ace 9
almost a
suited,
2-to-1
King 6.
favorite.
I'm genuinely
suited.
surprised with the king 6.
$1.85 million. Peters could be back to almost 20 bigs. Haley looking on from the rail. 10-7-6. All clubs as Lou takes the lead. Turn is a 5. The straight draw still there for Peters. Could also find the ace or the 9, or his day is done. The river is another 6. And that does it for David Peters.
Game buddy, fuck.
You got good luck.
Two buddies saying their goodbyes. Deep Heats out the door. I'm still somewhat surprised with Ping Lu's decision there to get it all in for nearly 9
many
bigs
titles do
and
you have
king
in here?
6 off.
Oh.
Jeez.
I-
Wow.
No, I don't have many. Maybe
got
3, 4. Yeah.
1.2 behind. Yeah.
Went with the bigger open
you'd be
size
people.
pre.
Maybe felt committed because of that bigger open size. With
Working on it.
Yeah.
number of chips
how
already
much
out
is
there.
outside?
I don't know.
Way too many. Yeah.
I actually don't know.
Ping Lu starting to run away with it. More than 40% of the chips in play. Average stack about 3. Is there 5 left?
How many
I'll
titles do you
guarantee
have here? Francis just asked.
$38,700.
Titles do you have here? I was just going to say not enough.
Yeah.
600.
Just no pressure now on Anthony Hu.
Yeah, nice page up for him.
Clear short stack.
900, please.
925.
Okay.
Sorry.
You know, I'm going to run that king 6 spot on Octopi
That's
Poker
what
as
you
well.
should.
If this is what all the solvers are doing, then I'm out. What would you have done, Jeff? You're a big time player now.
I would have, yeah, real big time. I would have folded. Would have opened pre. Would have folded. Maybe 2.3
Yeah.
pre.
Maybe
That part-
Ping just hates David Peters.
Maybe, or
You know,
maybe
it was a spike call.
maybe it was like, hey, I got a shot at the king.
Got to
not
get rid of
this.
him now.
Yeah.
You know, why not? A little gamble. I respect the gamble.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I
Need
just get
more
a glass?
gamble.
Like a plain glass. Thank you so much.
Now more than 7 million in front of Ping Lu. Looks for his first PGT Majors title in a 5K sprint event in 2023.
The sprint.
A sprint.
I forgot about that.
Sprint was there. It was
Yeah.
a thing. Chip leader going to keep going to work. Bumps it up with the Jack-8 offsuit. Francis, the Queen-Jack suited in the big. Defense. Has to proceed with a little bit of caution with Ariano and Hu pretty short.
Thank you so much. Those bottles are so big. Thank you.
Queens and 3s for Anderson.
Lock City.
Check calls 125K. And adds a flush draw to his already pretty good hand. Check, check, river, 10 of hearts.
Ping just shutting it down, it seems.
That is 275.
Mr. Anderson.
Up to 4.3 million.
Combined, Francis Anderson and Ping Lu have 70% of the chips in play.
As we take a look at the leaderboard presented by Global Poker, Ping about 6.8. Kristen Foxen has been hovering around the 3 million chip mark. The short stacks are satellite winner Michael Ariano and Anthony Hu. 129 entries in this event, 19 making the money, including Dylan Wiseman, Eric Baldwin, Eric Blair, Eric Seidel. Seidel's 12th U.S. Poker Open cash.
Wow, maybe we'll have him join us in the booth this series
that'd be
again as well.
fantastic.
Some point.
Masato Yokosawa, the extremely popular vlogger, bubbled this final table, finished in 8th.
Doesn't he have like 30 million
It's
subscribers on
unbelievable.
YouTube?
That number sounds pretty
Is he
high.
the most popular person in Japan?
Probably not, but he's up there.
Top 5, you think?
Top 5, yep.
It's the K-pop stars and then it's Masato.
The K-pop stars in Japan.
Probably not.
800.
I mean, they are very popular. It's just the K is for Korean.
Well, point taken.
Yeah. What's who?
That's the
chowing
music I
down
want.
on. Down on. There it is. The good stuff. I'll get in there.
Salmon, I believe.
Probably excellent.
Pulling a Helmuth-like moment. A much better eater.
Yeah.
Food quality as well as...
Quality of food is better. Look at the payouts brought to you by Octopi. About a 13K pay jump from 5th to 4th. Final 5 guaranteed $38,700.
Is Helmuth actually going to participate in the U.S.
This
Poker
is the
Open?
event he shows up for the most. You talk with Phil lately?
Actually,
You guys
I
chat a
have.
decent amount.
Yeah, we talked
Yeah,
quite a bit.
This tournament.
He called me. I was at the studio last week, and he called. We talked for about an
Make
hour.
a training video on
Right here.
poker tournament.
I didn't get a word in. A lot of listening.
CLC?
Yeah.
Phil will certainly be going down to
gonna be a lot of
Houston,
prayer involved in that
Texas
video.
when we head down
Yeah.
for the
Focus on
Texas
prayer.
Poker
Oh,
Open. He'll be a part of the
you're like
Cash
20 for 20, like-
Festival to kick
Yeah,
things
it's actually
off.
pretty insane.
Like, I don't think anyone's like sweated, you know, like.
Yeah,
How about
no.
It's later this month with our friends at Champions Club. Highly encourage you to go down there. We'll be down there. Great main event.
I think it's going to be a huge turnout. Number of these players all heading down.
We've got our flights booked, hotel booked. Great hotel.
I'm already thinking about that first meal.
Remember my room last time had 2 showers in it?
Yes, I do remember your room had
Luxurious.
2 showers in it, because why wouldn't a room have 2 showers in it for one individual?
1 big shower, 1 small shower.
Yeah, one for your feet and only your feet, a foot shower.
A look at our 2025 PGT champions. As Kristen Foxen won the kickoff series. Joey Weissman won the cup. Chino Ream #1 on the PGT leaderboard, thanks in part to his win at the mixed game series. And it was Jesse Lonis winning the PLO event.
How many showers do you take in a day, Jeffrey?
Average of 1.
It is 1. Okay,
Yeah.
you're one guy.
1 guy.
So
You?
even the days you, you'll do your workouts in the morning, do your
Exactly.
Taebo in the living room.
Yep.
Then
you know me by now.
you'll shower.
Yep.
And then you'll call it a
That's
night.
the one.
Yeah. All right. I'm a one and done kind of guy.
You're one and done.
Yeah. I don't do the workout part.
Right, right. Still still nice to hit the showers.
Yeah.
I got one. I don't know if it counts, but I got one.
What happened?
Why wouldn't it count?
What
It
happened?
wasn't like one of these. It was like a random one.
It still counts.
It counts,
Count
Ping.
it.
I got one then.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna allow it.
What about you?
There's no trophy, so.
You don't have one yet.
This is my first final table here.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Francis has gotten
You
crushed
have a lot of
overall
final
with this
tables in the
studio.
last few
Yeah.
months, though.
It's not here.
The last
Has
year,
been
yeah.
great everywhere else.
It's good to final table in the locations where the buy-ins are big.
Yeah, true. Set this one up nicely here. It's our chip leader with the king 6 off.
What a trap being set.
We'll make it
by
350K.
Mr. Anderson.
$4 million.
And there it is. Ping not to set in approval.
This time he'll fold king 6.
Yeah.
4 million.
It's a lot of millions.
Yeah.
Many millions.
He's got more millions than everyone except for Ping, though.
Anderson, almost $4 million in live tournament earnings. Originally from New York,
And
lives
you
here in
don't want
Vegas.
to, right?
Actually, shoot.
Oh,
Won
wow.
the $800 Independence Day celebration at the series last summer for his first World Series of Poker
Remember
bracelet.
the
Won
first
more
one,
than
your head's been
$500,000
Saliba, and
for
then
that.
there's like, and it's the first time Justin Saliba and Anthony have ever gotten heads up in a poker tournament.
Yeah, I was so like,
That was insane. That's an insane stat. Yeah.
then I just run hot the next one.
Yeah.
Max Slade Reg and just.
Two kings for Kristen Foxen.
Yeah, the goods.
$700?
700.
This gets a little dicey. Button versus big blind. Francis giving this some thought. Could Chrissy be up to no good? Oh, man. She's certainly capable
Absolutely.
of 3-betting a bad hand.
Does decide to let it go. I'll be happy he did.
That's a discipline, Francis
Indeed.
Anderson. Back in the day, he was for sure all in.
Here it comes again, Anthony, right? here comes a 500. Then you get 4 snap folds.
I don't mind a sweat.
You haven't kind of sweating neither.
Kristen Foxen's resume in 2025 is already quite impressive. Winning the PGT Kickoff Series, 2 PGT titles.
So 1.1 million in earnings already.
Won a 15K event at the PokerGO Cup for almost 350K.
Now aces for Anthony.
Does min raise. You heard him and Francis joke about it, that who in this spot has gone all in the last couple times. Now just the open to 200.
10 seconds.
All folds.
Francis, you once dressed up like a cowboy, right? What was that for?
What was that?
You dressed up like a cowboy,
Yeah.
right? What was that for?
Adam Hendricks and I, we went to Choctaw, and it was
Yeah,
the coolest thing ever in
that's
cowboy
what it
hats.
was.
Yeah, so like day one of the monster stack, I dressed up as a cowboy, and like I wore like a mask too, so you couldn't even tell who it was on day one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I just had cowboys, and I was
yeah.
like, why does that for some reason
925
like
behind, so 1 point.
bring up
That
a memory
was
of
fun,
you?
yeah.
And then I was like, oh, that's what it
I went
was.
to Europeans, and they
They're
just
about
thought
the
a random guy from Texas.
That's
And I
hilarious.
ended up making the final table, so I brought it back for the final table.
That's amazing.
At the WSOP Monster Stack final table that he made. Finished third in that event in 2022.
Sometimes he doesn't even wear clothes. Francis Anderson. You remember the social media post he put out playing, I believe, strip poker on a roof, and he was just stone nude? I may have had a cowboy hat on.
Right, right. Two threes for who?
1 million.
1 million.
Goes with it.
It does look strong. Right out of the big blind.
Again.
Very nice. Start
I
to
was gonna
spin
say,
it
I
up.
Red line's insane right now.
Yeah, right?
Like, no one even knows how you play. You haven't played a post-flop hand since, like, Max Late Rich.
Anthony Hu, originally from Plymouth, Minnesota.
You double up, no one's going to know what to play against you.
A true enigma.
Lives in Vegas now.
He attended New York University at the Blake School.
And the Blake School, two separate schools.
Oh, and
Yeah,
the Blake
yeah,
School.
two
What's the Blake School?
I think it's just a high school in Minnesota.
Who's Blake?
I don't know who Blake is. Yeah, it's high school, it's middle school, it's elementary school. It's all the schools.
Is
in
it-
Hopkins, Minnesota.
Is it private?
It seems to be very private, yes.
Got to have a big brain to
Yes.
attend.
Its mascot is Cyrus the Bear
Cyrus the Bear at the Blake School.
at the Blake School, yes.
Okay. I have a feeling I would not be welcome.
The first two Google reviews that pop up, one is 5 stars. My fellow students will always be my family. The next one is 1 star.
Any comment?
I'll leave the comments out just to, I mean, I don't want to like just be bashing a random school just based on some stupid Google comment.
Yeah.
You said 1 million?
Yeah.
Raise to 1 million.
Yep.
Like 14 shoves, 15 in a row?
I'm going to keep the streak going.
Yeah.
And the black's going to go up soon, too, so he's going to be...
I think I'll just stop calling.
Cool, thank you. Thanks.
I can see it. So.
Yeah.
What about Bob in the chat? Says he actually used to drive the bus for Blake High School many years ago.
For Blake High School or the Blake School, Bob? That is the question as we look at who's battle board. And we really covered all of this. 2 PGT titles to his name. Anderson just calls on the button with the king-queen. Ace 3 deuce.
This is quite crafty by Anderson, just calling button with king queen.
Check.
I would imagine, as played, by just calling button, if Ping or if Chrissy would have raised, 4 or 5x, that we just aren't folding king queen. Perhaps we even play back.
Okay. Check.
You win. Oh,
You
he
don't
wins. Like, I know he wins.
He does win.
I sort of love that.
Yeah,
you
when
know,
you've got the two bigger stacks in the
tiny,
blinds.
yeah, and a tiny pot, and then you get to showdown and show it. And if
Gotta
I'm
get
Kristen and
respect.
if I'm paying, I'm like, oh, okay, he's working in the king-queen, just pure limp on the button. That's a little stronger of a hand than I suspected.
Gonna get some respect.
Okay. Can I draw how many hands next?
Yeah, of course, man.
You got to call it first.
All right, well, for the next 3 weeks, you can get that last chance pricing for this Octopi. 33% off what it will be for the rest of 2025. You got to check it out. It's the ultimate poker live. It just makes your studying fun. The trainer is just a blast. It's awesome. You can replicate all of these PGT final table scenarios, watch all the hands, see all the ranges.
Did you see
It's just great.
the little stoned octopuses there
Yeah.
in the graphic too?
Yeah.
That's George and Tom.
Good to see them
Yeah.
again. The plans for George, the AI component of this site, are pretty wild.
He's already out there. You
Yeah,
can ask
he's
George
there.
a question. He'll
He's
talk
there,
right
and
to you.
George is going to get real
My fur.
in the streets.
Smart octopus.
Yeah, he's very smart.
I
Being a
think
dealer.
in real life,
Give me the hands and
the
nobody
octopus
else
is
can.
considered a very intelligent
Very smart,
animal.
yes.
They kind of look alien-like, don't they? The tentacles,
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
they've
yeah.
got like 15 brains or something. Maybe the origins of the octopus was truly from outer space, and
Have you
those
seen
are
an
the
alien
alien life
before?
forms. Well, I've seen the movies,
Yeah.
you know. In Independence Day, they had like those
Yeah.
tentacle things, and that was based on a true story. That movie.
It was. Ariano looks down at the ace-queen. This would be quite the story. From satellite winner to USPO
Wow.
winner. Finds the goods when Foxen jams. So Ariano looks to get back to 1.7 million.
Chrissy looking for that mallard.
$6-3-3. Good start to the proceedings for Ariano. Turn is a 9, safe turn card. Kristen needs a deuce.
Oh my
And there
God.
it is on the river.
Are you kidding me?
The mallard finds its way to the pond.
Yeah, they love the water. They love the river. And what a horrible beat for our satellite
I
qualifier.
was not expecting that.
I was not at all.
Michael
actually.
Ariano
I was
out
like,
of here
okay,
in
how much
fifth.
am I
I
paying
was
him?
visualizing and I was like,
Yeah.
Ariano told us that
All right.
his
I
girlfriend
wasn't
was
even
really the
wanting it.
only
I was
person he
just
like,
told
okay, I'll double him
about
up.
this final table. He was
Yeah,
going
you
to call his
seem pretty
parents and
resigned.
tell him
Yeah,
later.
all right.
and then
Yeah.
A rough
The boy-
ending to
the
that
man up there is like,
amazing
all right.
story.
He's going to have a hard time keeping that final table
Yeah,
quiet because that
four.
bad beat's going to wind up on
Roll the
YouTube,
four.
on social
Gee.
media. It's going to go
What did you
poker
pick?
viral.
4? Did you say what you're going for? What you're trying to pick?
I don't even know how it works.
Yeah, okay.
I just wanted to do it.
Well done.
Classy
That's
reaction.
good. What was
to
the
that deuce?
highest number you could pick?
It's ace 3 4.
Oh, so that's probably, I mean,
So it's the most poker possible.
yeah.
We gotta give the fans their money.
It's just single big, right?
Yeah.
You win.
No, it's deep to us.
Somehow Anthony Hu just hanging around. Has not been called on any of his all-ins. He's been all in like 6 or 7 times.
Like, if you get heads up and like you're like seat like 6 and 7, are you like across the table or you just right next to each other?
I think they usually will actually
Okay,
move.
yeah.
Yeah.
Who entered this final table? 6th with 7 left. He's worked his way up to at least 4th place and $51,600.
Fold.
You're already envisioning heads up? Yeah. No, I like it.
Yeah.
I think that's smart.
I'm just thinking about getting heads up and just right next to each other.
Yes, yeah.
Just go for-
I mean, me and
Can be with
Pads
me?
did that
Yeah.
before we moved.
Is that what you're saying?
Who do you?
Someone's eventually got to wake up against Anthony.
And I win the 40%.
Yeah.
My journey as a short stack has been completed.
6-5 suited in the small blind.
Poker's so cruel. I didn't even want to win like that. You know, I was just like, okay, you know, I'll double the kid up.
It's not cruel, it just is.
I know.
You know?
Just always, it often feels like it's the river in those spots.
I know.
When you're all in that spot, you know? Like, I feel for him. Then, you know.
No, for sure, but it's like, it just is, you know?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that's,
It's crazy.
Flush draw for Francis. Was a cruel ending to Ariano's day.
A cool ending?
Cruel.
Oh, cruel.
Yes. Wasn't
Yeah.
too cool.
Yeah, welcome to the big leagues. You got to take your lumps early.
That's right.
I wasn't feeling for him.
No.
I can tell you that much.
Yeah. I felt good pre-flop, kind of, actually. I was like, ooh, I feel like this might be, yeah.
No, for sure.
Flush comes in on the turn.
We've played a lot together this tournament, besides last night. They split us up for a bit.
Who?
They split us up for a bit, but we were on the same table a lot this tournament.
Yeah, and I came right back to the same seat, and I was like,
Yes.
I didn't like the juju.
Yeah, that's right.
But then
It worked
after
out.
the king 10,
Yeah.
I was like,
Okay.
I can deal with this.
Yep. Okay.
You know, we were talking about Splash Sports earlier.
Yeah.
I was just looking at their
Sorry,
site.
I think a big blind.
Which, by the way, if you're in an eligible state, anyone tuning in, go check this out.
That is the bad
They
one.
have a John Daly competition for the Masters.
Sweet. Who can drink
Turn
the
your
most
math
Diet
game
Coke?
up.
$350K guaranteed prize pool. And the winner, also, on top of winning a pile of money, you get to play a round of golf with John Daly.
I love that.
And there's a huge overlay right now. Massive overlay.
Oh.
Masters starts tomorrow. It's,
Yeah?
Yeah.
Seven six suited for Lou. Makes it 300K. Ace 4 suited for Foxen. Both plenty deep. Foxen will make the call.
How many big blinds? 4.5 million. 25.
Lou flops a 6.
36. Are we on break after this? Let me ask Paul. Paul, are we on break after this? No, one more level. Okay.
Are we on break? One more.
So we're on break after this?
We're not. One more level. Turn deuce.
So we'll go to break and play one more level.
No, we'll play one more level and then go to a break.
Well, that's great, because I could use a break.
You've been working hard?
Fatigued.
Fatigue.
Gutter applied for Chrissy. Also ace high. Could it be good? Two flush draws present themselves.
That's 225.
It's interesting. Sort of wonder if semi for value. Semi we have outs. Pink's certainly not folding is a pair of sixes. But now we kind of get our answer, right? If you're Chrissy, okay, what is he calling with?
River king.
Check.
Does this type of card, this board, bode well for her to turn ace high into a bluffer? Does she think perhaps it's good enough to get the showdown some of the time?
Check.
She does. She checks back, and she'll see that loose hand is best.
$125.
Now, is that a white wine or a water that Chrissy's
My best
rocking?
guess would be water. So we look at the leaderboard presented by Global Poker. She remains in third at 3.8 million in chips. And who remains the short stack, just like he's been throughout the day. Anderson entered the day as chip leader. He's in second. Lou is in first.
All in.
All in.
We'll just rip
I
it in there.
thought that
and
was the
win.
one, Anthony.
He's just going to stick to
Just
shoving.
felt like a pair of jacks for you there.
It's not the one. It's a 3 million pot, and then Ping's still going to be chilling, even if he loses it. The one if Ping just does the quick snap check after
Yeah.
the 4 million with you.
Yeah,
That'd be the one.
that would have sucked.
Now, what time, Jeff, do your beloved LA Lakers play your old favorite team, the Dallas Mavericks?
I guess like at 5 or 5:30 Vegas time.
Are you
Do you have a call?
supporting and
I wanna
rooting
know.
for Luka?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I
You
always
look
will.
close here.
Okay.
I did not have a call.
We got through again.
Are you still supporting the GM of the Dallas
I had to
Mavericks?
You
defend.
know.
I had to defend if you open.
Fair
If
enough.
you
I
open.
support the team and the organization.
So you're dodging that one. You don't support the decision making of the current GM.
I think he's made some nice moves in the past.
Okay. Are you saying you'd rather have Luka
Yes,
than Anthony
yes,
Davis?
I am saying that. With
Yeah.
all due respect towards Anthony Davis, who is a tremendous player.
Right. You don't think Luka was at all a liability with the state of his health and, you know, have a brewski or twoski after every game?
If he wants to have a couple cold beers and keep leading us to the finals and himself to an All-NBA first team year after year, I'm probably got to just be fine with the cold beers.
You got no problem
You're
with the
a man
cold
who drinks
beers.
some cold beers here and there.
I don't mind the cold beers. Yeah, I'm also not a GM of an NBA franchise. Not yet, anyway. I'm working on it. But
Are you? Okay.
sort of wonder. Maybe the guy knows what he's doing, but
Very
then again,
possible.
it certainly looks like he does not.
Very possible.
You
Would have
think-
preferred to open up the bidding on the generational talent if you are going to trade him?
maybe get a little bit more?
Perhaps there could be a little more.
You don't think there was anything else going on there, right? Like Luka may have had some encounters with.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I do not believe so. Tonight will be pretty crazy, though.
Oh yeah. kind of weird thinking that the entire arena will be supporting Luka, and it's a road game for him. I don't think, because usually when he's on the road, he's kind of the villain.
Sure,
you know?
sure.
Leads the league in technical fouls by a large margin. But now he's coming home, back home to Dallas, where he was currently buying a home. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, he was.
And the fans are going to be loving him, cheering for him. Maybe he has a dud of a game because he's not used to the support.
It will be different. It will be emotional for him, I'm sure.
Now, will the GM for Dallas be sitting courtside, you think?
I don't think he'll be sitting in a space where we could see him.
You gonna wake up with something next game? You do.
Gotta watch him shuffle the cards that I can feel it out.
Leora in the chat thinks that Luka's going to have 50 tonight.
Okay, see it. River 3. Ping finds trip 3s.
Small pot, but
could get a bet and a call in. Yeah?
I'm wondering if he can just get called if he leads out. Turn did go check, check. Chrissy certainly has a bluff catcher with that pair of sixes.
425.
Looks for 425K.
Can see that stare down.
Find the fold.
Flop went bet, call. Ping let out on the flop. Chrissy just called. Turn goes check, check. And now Ping fires 425 on the river. Would he play a king like this? Absolutely. Could he find value for even a hand like a jack? For sure. Certainly we're worried about trips, but there are a variety of bluffs that Ping can show up with.
Time extension used for another 30 seconds to act.
Bit of a pickle for Chrissy.
Another time extension into the middle.
Every pot critical. I know it doesn't look like the biggest pot of the day. It certainly won't be, but every chip needs to be cherished. Every decision needs to be sound.
These are the make or break spots.
Wow.
Fantastic lay down there by Foxen.
It's excellent.
We will take the pot, extend the chip lead, but of course be a little disappointed after finding that river 3. Look at our schedule rest of the way. Start our 10K final tables tomorrow. And that day 1 coverage of the circus comes our way a little bit later in the series.
3 nights of the circus coming to town, the 14th, 15th, and 16th. That'll be all that day 1 coverage with Donnie and Remco.
Minus the Remco.
Minus Remco, that's right. Remco's out of the circus.
He's out.
They kicked him out.
Resigned.
And the crowd goes wild. Are you going to join the circus from time to time with Donnie?
I think so, yeah. I would like to. That's fun. Day 1 coverage is a blast.
I've got family coming to town, so I'll probably be out of the circus for those evening shows.
For Passover?
I am a member of the tribe now.
Yes, you are.
But no, not for. Well, you know what? Yeah, we'll say it is. Why not? We'll celebrate Passover.
Anderson opens with the Queen Jack to 250K. Who in the big blind with 2 4s.
Just shoved time and time again on Anderson.
Right?
Yeah, 1.075.
Okay, all in.
And here we go. Who with the 4s? Anderson, the queen jack.
Anderson's had enough. He says, Queen Jack, I'm not folding this one. Let's get it in. See if I can get rid of Anthony who's been all in time and time again.
Good luck.
Thanks, bro.
Flip a coin. Goes Anderson's way so far.
Here comes the diamonds.
Couple backdoor draws
diamonds?
for who?
Nah, just 8 of diamonds.
Okay.
Anderson says, here comes the diamonds. And there is the king of diamonds on the turn.
Never
Flush
a doubt.
draw there for who?
11
One diamond
outs.
though, right?
But also find a 4.
It's like one more.
He's already won one here.
With a 3 to 1 dog.
That's true.
River,
Good
6
game.
of spades. We say good game to Anthony Hu. A nice job laddering his Dans in 4th, $51,600.
Yeah, he came in thinking there's a
battle.
pretty good chance
Yeah.
he could just
I
get
feel like I would've
7th or
missed a lot
6th.
of, yeah, seriously.
Instead, it's 50 dimes.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Great
52
start.
points in the race for the Golden Eagle. That leaves us with 3.
I know what you're
Our
gonna
top
ask.
3
One second.
entering the day. Just in a different order now, with Ping Lu in
Sorry, I'm not a
first,
serious
Francis Anderson in second, Foxen still in 3rd.
You just have more chips.
So it's like 5.5.
Is it 1 big blind? Okay.
Yeah.
One big chart? Okay.
How much you got?
About 7.
Okay.
Who's gonna double me up first then? Did they say we're getting a break after this level?
Yep,
Okay.
Yeah, they did. A couple
Okay.
times, Kristen, I did say that.
yep. Jeff confirmed that many times in here. Break
Cool. Thanks.
He's got 7.
coming up. Is there a break for
Alright.
us as well?
Are
we going
a
straight
couple
through?
minutes,
Cut out
couple
for me.
minutes. 3 players remain. Pretty deep, average stack more than 40 bigs.
I kind of want to do the whisper thing again. If we could just not go to break and just pan up and everybody whispers. You know,
Oh, that'd be nice.
we'll just go back.
Okay.
And that was my
We'll go
favorite
with it.
part of the
Yeah,
show.
that's great, great part of the show.
$800.
Pouncing. Ace 5 off. And does Chrissy have the type of hand to consider 4-bet moving in? Or perhaps call is within reason. Take a look at some texture. It's already 1.3 out there. I might be inclined to just try and take what's there. Certainly know that Francis can be 3-bet folding.
Time bank used.
All in?
And she does jam. That will immediately get through.
And no tanking, by the way. I love this
Yeah.
out of Francis. Just instantly in the muck. He knew the plan. Didn't posture.
No Hollywooding.
No Hollywooding. No time extensions. Just, okay, she rips it. I'm out.
The
Let's
pace
move
of
on.
play with these 3 should be pretty solid.
4.6.
Naughty.
The Renlin bluffed too much. Renlin won't be joining us for the U.S. Poker Open. Bit of
Why?
a disappointment. Said he's going home to rest. Rest for the summer.
And he's missing Texas, I think, as
I think
well.
so.
The
Where's
defending champ.
Yeah. We'll still have a defending final tableist there. That's you.
That's
and,
right.
And Tamayo, you think the main event champ shows up?
Oh, John,
Gotcha.
Tamayo will 100% be there. That's in his backyard.
Just with more bullets in the chamber this time.
Oh, yeah. You know, that is really where it all started for Tamayo.
Reyes.
So you see Chrissy Foxen getting tangled up here with the chip leader. Ping Lu does flop top. It was day 2 of the main event down at the Texas Poker Open where, oh, I don't know, there's 100 players or so remaining in the field. And Sean Deeb and Tamayo were at the same table. And Sean Deeb was just ruthless.
Oh, he was ruthless even for Sean Deeb. He was
Next
even
level
on the,
ruthless. Tamayo was playing some hands that were questionable as far as Deeb was concerned, and he was just screaming out loud about how Tamayo was playing. Some tweets went out to Tamayo's backer at the time, Joe McKeon. Anyway, I believe it was that sparked Tamayo's run.
There it is, the main event champion. You could be a U.S. Poker Open champion on Global Poker. That series runs now through April 20th. You can compete for big prizes in that 5K prize package for that trip to Vegas. Play mystery bounties, PKOs, turbos, deep stacks. Play the U.S. Poker Open now at globalpoker.com. Lovely look of Las Vegas. Don't get the is that the downtown look?
Yeah, that almost looked fake to me. Just what a stunning resolution.
Beautiful
shot of Las Vegas there. That was the stratosphere, Jeff. That needle. You can actually bungee jump off of the top of the stratosphere. Did you know that?
I am out on that one. Have you done that before?
Never. No. I also don't want. You know what? We should come up with a prop bet where if one of us loses, we have to bungee jump off the stratosphere.
Well, that win better be worth a lot.
Maybe if one of us wins a bracelet, the other guy has to jump.
Okay, I'll make you that deal right now.
If one of us wins.
One of us wins.
Actually,
the other
hold
person.
on, because you're playing way more.
Right,
This is
that's
very
why I
bad
snap
for me.
accepted it.
I did not offer it. I'm just.
Well, you kind of offered it. But I'll give
know,
you the, yeah.
Hold on.
You think
This
about
is
it
not
during this
binding.
hand. Anderson limps in and calls the raise with the ace-5. Ten-3 deuce. Not only the gutter, but has that ace of diamonds in hand as well. Turn 7 of spades.
This is going to be pretty difficult, but a ton of pressure would be applied if Lou can fire a second shell. Francis limped in pre, Lou punished and raised to 400,000. Does go check now. 1.5 out there.
And another 3 on the river.
For ace high, that's a pretty pure run out. There's the check and then kind of the stare down. Does Ping ever feel that king high has showdown value here? What are we beating that would have stuck around? Seems like a lot of those hands that would have whiffed 6 high suited variety would be trying to bluff the river. Potentially a wise give up there by Ping Lu. I have a feeling Mr. Anderson was prepared to make a call.
$4 million.
Still pretty close at the top. We look at the leaderboard presented by Global Poker. Lou at 6.6, Anderson at 5.5, Foxen at 4. Sorry, feeling the music.
Do we start off all these final tables with the national anthem for the U.S. Poker Open?
No, but we probably should, huh?
We should introduce it and have somebody sing it, a guest singer every time. You know how Big Cat does that for the Rough and
Yeah.
Rowdies? That's what we need to do
That
for
would
our
be awesome.
final tables.
As Foxen makes it 400K with the 10s. And for the last event, we get just a total superstar. You know, a Demi Lovato comes in and sings the anthem.
Demi Moore?
Not
I didn't know
Demi
she could
Moore.
sing.
No, Demi Lovato.
Call.
Blue calls.
Great actress. And a lot of classics like G.I. Jane.
Yeah, that's what she's, what she's known for. King 8-3 all hearts. Foxen with the 10 of hearts. Lou with a pair of 8s.
That is 300.
Murky, dangerous waters for Ping, connecting with a pair.
And check calling.
You can see he's a huge underdog. He's a pure 8 or 9 non-heart variety.
Turn Queen of Clubs. Might at least slow things down.
I would imagine this type of texture will in fact slow things down, as you pointed out for Chrissy.
Does go check, check. River 3 of diamonds.
This is where the river gets awfully interesting. I don't think that Ping would turn that 8 into a bluff. Maybe he would bet a very small sizing, blocker sizing. But we'll watch. A very creative, crafty player. For Chrissy, maybe considering a little value, but I think Showdown is, we're just content. Let's pick up that 1.5 million.
Happy to show down the winner is Kristen Foxen, the 5-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner.
So with the start of every final table going forward, let's take a look at the bio from one of the greatest in the world, Chrissy.
And just a quick note there, she will at the very
16,000,125.
least tie Chino Ream for top of that leaderboard. That's if she finishes in third today.
Damn
go
it,
ahead.
I wanted to seem smart.
7-handed final tables, right?
Give me the win.
First thing we have to do is we high card. Whoever has the high card, they have to sing the national anthem to start the
Love
show.
it, yep. That's
And then at the end, we bring in Demi Moore, as you pointed out, and she will
Demi Lovato. Yeah.
she will close us out with
What
a
if,
banger.
what if it's like Negreanu who draws the high, like not an American? Are
Well,
they
he
eliminated
is
from the
he
tournament?
is an American. He's got dual citizenship now. I don't think you have to have
Okay,
the
bad
citizenship.
example. Bad example.
Maybe
then
you can
Negreanu.
opt out if you're not a citizen of the U.S. or you're not obligated.
Or you just get kicked out.
We
for
make
the
it a
tournament.
part of the PGT rules for the U.S. Poker Open.
Yep, this is great. Really.
I'd love to hear Francis Anderson sing the national anthem.
Be great.
Put his cowboy hat on.
Who do you think has the best singing voice on the PGT out of all the regulars that we see?
That's a great question. Who's got the best voice?
Let us know
out
in the
there?
chat too. Who do you think?
Probably Shulman. I bet Shulman
I bet
has got a
Shulman
great
can
voice.
sing, yeah. Record scratch as we look at the gestures, the expressions of Francis Anderson. High energy guy. Thumbs up to the rail. Love playing poker with Francis Anderson, always having a good time at the table, win or lose.
He's
From
awesome.
Poughkeepsie.
Yeah, Poughkeepsie. You ever heard of Poughkeepsie?
I have.
A little north of the
because,
city?
Bill Simmons' podcast, Ryan Rossillo's podcast, they're producers
From Poughkeepsie?
Poughkeepsie, yeah.
I believe the Siena Saints, Siena University is
Siena.
a Poughkeepsie location.
speaking of colleges, congrats to your Bonnies on a nice run this year.
Yeah, thank you.
You're
That is,
welcome.
I would say, about the same type of run as your USC Trojans.
Yeah, it was, right?
Yeah.
One win in the conference tournament and then out.
And then out, yeah. But you guys got to play in the Crown, right? I see the USC Trojans played in
the Vegas one.
Yeah, the new
It's a
tournament.
memorable experience.
Great run there. I think
Great
they were
run.
one and done.
Didn't even know we played there.
Yeah, yeah, you did. I don't even know who's on the team anymore. Like 40 of them entered the portal.
I saw that. Yeah.
That is 225.
Foxen pops top pair. Got her for Francis.
That is 225.
Turn is a 7, so it's a two-way straight draw now for Anderson as Foxen picks up the flush draw.
That is 700.
Anderson goes 700K.
Yeah, he's hoping to just slide this through, apply a ton of pressure to the 6X, potentially even Queen X holdings that Chrissy could have. Clearly, she's never folding top pair with now hearts acquired. But Francis does have outs. A non-heart 8 or jack.
Cost 700.
Instead, the river is the ace of hearts. Chrissy makes the stone cold.
Keep your eye on this,
Yeah.
too. Anderson's got the type of hand with the 10 of hearts
Ooh.
where he may consider going bananas. There's 2.5 out there.
Foxen with 3.3 behind.
Yeah, buckle up.
How much? It's 1.2 that he's never going to see again.
Stone nuts for Kristen Foxen. Hollywood's calling. Doing her best acting job, trying to display thought. Whatever it takes to get this through and try and get called. Of course, we can see never getting called. You're just hoping to be up against an actual value hand.
Here it comes.
Not quite all in, saving one behind. Francis
There's the
immediately
snap
out.
fold. For the first time today, Kristen Foxen moves
Alright,
into
pick
the
a hand,
chip lead.
My pick. All right. All right.
Max poker all day.
There we go.
All day.
Up. Yeah.
3 hands and then after these 3 hands, guys can be on break.
Hey, scan that QR code. You could win a seat into the PGT Championship, just saying.
Right above Daniel's head there. If you scan it, you can just get in.
Fives for Lou on the button. Queen Jack
Sorry, can I
suited
see,
for
or do
Foxen
you know
in the
about
small
how
blind.
much you have?
5.9 to
Thank
start.
you. Okay.
3.
Thank you.
Well,
Blue
I
and
certainly
Foxen
want to
pretty
see a
deep.
flop, but maybe we can even consider 3-betting this type of holding, considering the depth that you pointed out.
Call.
But yeah, we're just calling. We don't want to get blown off of this thing.
It would be too
Face a
painful.
4-bet, make a massive pot with Queen Jack suited. Let's just take a flop out of position. Queen 3 suited, yeah, maybe we put in the 3-bet.
The spot 4-4 juice 1 spade.
That is 250.
250,000. Foxen's just out.
Neck and neck, Foxen and Ping Lu. And a double up away for Francis Anderson to essentially move into a near chip lead as well. It's wide open. All three of these players can win.
Poker chat pro, I like this. I might steal this. Put some jam on his toast for when somebody rips it in there. I like it.
Yeah, I like that.
I like it.
Little marmalade.
Yeah.
What's the difference between jam and jelly? You ever think about that much?
I've unfortunately thought about it before. Can't remember. You? Kings for Foxen, 8s for Anderson.
Well, we'll get back to the jelly versus jam conversation
Kind of keep a sidebar during the hand.
in
I
a
think we
moment.
can do
Yeah, I
both.
think
We're
we've
pretty
got
talented.
a little something cooking here
750K in the pot.
in the
bottom right
toaster oven.
corner of your screen.
Maybe it's some bread, a little jam on top. Under repping, checks back.
9
pair.
of clubs on the turn. Straight draws arrive for both. As jam is made with master chopped fruit, jelly with the strained fruit juice.
There we go. We get right back into
My
the
jelly's
jam
a little
versus jelly
smoother.
conversation as we see a critical turn. This is good. We'll keep visiting the jam versus
It's a
jelly. Maybe we'll
smooth
touch it on the
check
river.
by Anderson.
Little butter with the jam on top of
Oh,
that English
nice.
muffin. Will we hear now from Chrissy? Still has top pair. 10 of clubs cooking as well. And another check back. This is fascinating.
River, Queen of Hearts.
We've got to go for a little value at some point, I would imagine. Chrissy's so under-repped.
Now goes for it
That is 500.
to the tune of 500K.
And it's because of the way she's played this hand that Francis is just perplexed. Thinking, can this 8 be good? What does she have that she could be bluffing with?
Makes the call. Foxen gets paid off. How about a little jelly at the end?
That was wonderful.
Very nice. She's up to almost 8 million in chips.
Mr. Anderson down to under 20 bigs.
Oh, last
little stress relief, you know, stand up, get some air. Taking the shirt off, perhaps. I think he's unbuttoning over there, Jeff.
Oh.
That's what we're breaking
He's
now?
doing a little walk-off.
Okay, okay, cool. Okay.
King, queen, queen.
This is incredible. What a run for Chrissy. And on the right side of distribution and good fortune at the moment. Inevitable that Ping Lu will lose some chips with top pair. Just a limped pot pre.
That goes check, check. But the turn is another king.
Now inevitable that Chrissy will lose some chips.
That's 125.
Lou leads for 125,000.
We simply can't fold. Would be insane.
Calls here on the turn. The real question will come on the river, which is a 10.
Well, the straight flush and royal flushes get there.
Good point.
How much, though, from Ping? What does he want to do with this king?
Goes about half pot.
I mean, it looks and screams value. I don't think Chrissy can get away from this. It would be heroic and an absurd fold if she can just flick a queen into the muck. Such a small bet. Yeah.
Does raise to 1.1 million. Ping will flick in the call and will regain the chip lead.
Certainly don't falter. Try to get
Sure.
value there with the queen. Sometimes you step into it.
A blind versus blind cooler to send our players off to break.
We have a break, right? Yeah.
How long is it, Paul?
I have 150 right now.
Before we go to break, a look at the leaderboard. It is presented by Global Poker, and once again, as Ping Lu's name on top, Lou, Foxen, Anderson battling for the first title of the 2025 US Poker Open next. The 10K first and the 15K.
There it is.
And then I think second in the last event,
Yeah,
right? With
he had
that
a
series
shot to win it
on the line.
outright. Per usual, they did this massive side bet. There were 8 players that posted $50,000. And the only way you could win it all is if you were the player of the series.
To win it all,
which
yeah.
Jesse Loney.
Not about me, Brent, but I did have Houston at plus 650. That was cool.
You know they got second, right? Or excuse me, not second.
Right,
but you know they
it
lost.
did not pay. You were, yes,
Right.
yes. Thank you for asking.
Florida beat them.
Yeah,
Jeff.
thanks.
I don't think you're going to get paid out.
I turned it off when Houston was up 12.
Thought it was over, huh?
Yeah.
I actually had turned off the Duke-Houston game thinking that it was
Yeah.
over in the Final Four. Turns out it was a good one.
Good ending.
Yeah.
Anderson opens here at the ace-8 student. Luke calls with 6s.
Okay. Now, I mean, we just can't fold 7-8 suited. I would have been in there 20 minutes ago.
Who eventually decides he's in there as well? King 10 deuce rainbow, 1 heart, 1 diamond.
Seemingly clear intent from Anderson to shut it down, but it just checks all the way around. Take a look at some texture on the turn. Now what? A very fascinating post-flop scenario.
Francis Anderson, Kristen Foxen, Ping Lu, our final 3 of event number 1 of the 2025 US Poker Open here at the PokerGO Studio at Ario Resort and Casino. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks.
They got me in there as Brett, huh? Brett Hanks.
It's a common problem. Look at the leaderboard brought to you by Global Poker. Believe we have these names right. Ping Lu, Kristen Foxen, and Francis Anderson. Lu and Foxen back and forth with the chip lead. Anderson took the chip lead into today. Lu looking for his 2nd PGT title, his first at a major series event. Approaching the $3 million mark in career at Live tournament earnings, looking to take pole position in the race for that Golden Eagle. 75K, 150K, and 150,000 big blind ante. Raise and take it for Lu to kick things off at this level.
It's half the chips right there for Ping at the 8 million mark.
About 100 big blinds in play at the 75, 150K level. Lu's first career US Poker Open cash. Same can be said for Francis Anderson. It's Foxen's 4th. Stephen Chidwick, by the way, is 19.
Is that all?
That's all, just 19.
By the way, I'm updating the graphics. I'm going to have yours changed to John Platt.
Right.
And Brett Hanks. Or maybe you're more of a Jim.
Jimmy Platt.
Jimmy Platt. Jimmy Platinum. Now that would be a great name for a different line of work.
what line?
A lot of on camera. A real performer. Jimmy Platinum.
Jacks for Foxen. We thank you all for joining us on Pluto, Sling, Poker Go, YouTube TV, YouTube. We're in the chat too. What about Bob says you may enjoy this song I wrote on YouTube, Amazing Grace Revisited.
Oh boy, yeah, that'll get a lot of views. Is there a link, Bob? Can we check it out? Or? I mean, that's fantastic. Great movie, though. What about Bob?
That is true. Great film.
I don't know about the remix. We'll have to check that one out.
Well, he says you may enjoy the song I wrote, but he's got one video on his page.
Did he write it? Or is it a remix, a cover?
Well, I'll listen later. We got to focus.
All right.
2 professionals here. John asked, where is Chidwick? Is he here for this? Yeah, I know he was planning on playing. I just haven't seen him yet.
Don't know. going to head over to PGT.
There we go. Give us some updates.
Some live reporting going on there. Maybe he's in today's series. The 10K.
Even if he's not, still give us, a
Well, Daniel
glimmer of the
Negreanu just entered, so
Oh,
I
there we
believe
go.
he skipped the 5K. He started his quest for the U.S. Poker Open Golden Eagle today.
So it's Lou versus Foxen, blind versus blind once more. Lou making it 500K with ace queen, Foxen ace 8.
$1.4.
Bumps it up to 1.4.
Three-handed ace queen is a monster. How does Ping want to proceed? Call within reason. 4-bet, of course. Never folding ace queen. We are in position in the hand. You can justify just calling here as well. You keep those worst aces in business. It is, of course, very difficult to make a pair. There's 2 million out there already as is.
All in.
Does jam. Does win. Does extend his chip lead.
9 million now for Ping.
Take a deep breath.
Ping and his wife, Kathy, have one son. His name's Zach. So take a look at this event one update. First place earns
telling
more
us.
than $158,000. Lou started his professional poker career in 2012 in Chicago. We know there are some good games in Chicago. One of his biggest inspirations in life, Kobe Bryant, looks for that Mamba mentality. Love it.
You wanted some updates.
Yeah,
for
please.
that 10K. Well, field is starting to get relatively large, up to 66 entrants right now. Rampage is in the mix, so he's certainly lighting 10K on fire.
How many chips does Rampage have?
He's got a 265.
Wow.
Nacho Libre, Nacho Barbero,
Those
he's
won't
out
be there
there.
long for Rampage.
Chino's in the mix.
Get those
Zaki,
chips while they're hot.
Jimbo Colapi, and the chip leader, never heard of him, Felipe Pinto.
Felipe Pinto.
Felipe Pinto, Brazilian.
Oh.
So Masato Yokosawa
There we go.
in the mix. Jeremy Becker out there. And a mystery hand. Ping Lu, top pair. Mr. Anderson. Our short stack, he's getting busy. Limped pot, here we go.
You know who's also in the field?
Talk to me.
Is Wesley from the high stakes cash game scene.
Oh, really? Thought he was just a cash game player.
Jeremy Osmus is in there as well. He hasn't won anything lately, has he?
Didn't he win a PLO title? I don't know, but I did find Chidwick. So Stephen Chidwick is in
there
the
we go.
field.
And also Osmus did win like one of the biggest Tritons. Thanks in part to me.
This is a relatively sizable pot. Anderson bet the flop, he bet the turn. Now what on the river? Ping Lou's got top pair.
$500.
500,000. Can't imagine Lou can let this one go.
It's such a brutal spot. You don't feel good about it. It feels
Right.
like you're being taken to value town.
Is it just too good?
I mean, what bluffs are there? All things running through his mind.
Just let it go,
Such
and
a sick
Anderson was
feeling,
just looking for some value with the same hand.
You're
Would've been a
calling and
chop.
hoping to chop.
Yeah.
One.
A discipline lay down by Lou there. We can see an incorrect one. There's the fist pump from Anderson.
That was a critical one
You're gonna
for
ask,
Anderson.
let's see.
No,
0.675.
I was going to ask what you had.
It's all good.
That's what I was going to ask.
God, look at you do-
What do you have?
What?
How much do you have?
2.675. No,
All
I'm
right.
admiring how good you are at it.
Thank you.
Professional.
Let's leave these three out of it. Who do you like for the 2025 US Poker Open Series champion?
Kristen Foxen.
Yeah, I said leave these three out of it.
Yeah, I like Chrissy.
Okay.
You?
You had to pick somebody else.
Oh, if I had to pick somebody
Yeah.
else? I'd probably go Chrissy.
Okay. Yeah. I think I'd go Alex.
Yeah, maybe the other Fox.
Yeah. Alex is very due for a series championship.
Hard to count out Jeremy Osmus.
Of course.
Chino Ream playing everything, playing great poker right now. Currently on top of the leaderboard. We know if Chrissy were to get third place in this event, it would be a stone tie at the top of the PGT leaderboard. That honor and award means a great deal to Chino to win PGT Player of the Year. By the way, you get $50,000 if you win Player of the Year.
And the top stack at the PGT Championship.
Tournament players and dealers, last hand of the level, and your hand is complete. Players are going to be on a break. We're going to do a 20-minute break.
I think I might text Helmuth and tell him that he is required to play.
There we go.
Via his contract as an ambassador for PokerGo. We're going to need him to show up and play the remainder of the series. Speaking of superstars joining the U.S. Poker Open, you and I, we're going to be working with Maria Ho later on.
Oh, can't wait for
series.
that. In the 7th edition of the U.S. Poker Open. It only took us 7 to finally work with Maria, the three of us. Been trying for this for a while. Aram Zobian, our winner last year. The 25K PGT passport along with the Golden Eagle awarded to the series champ. So that'll be Friday. Me, you, Maria.
The band is back together.
10K.
Yeah.
Lost it off to Chrissy.
Now imagine if we can somehow get Amanda Negreanu to join us.
Oh my.
Like we used to do with Friday Night Poker,
Yeah.
and we get Amanda back in the booth. We might derail.
She said she'd do it.
I know, she would.
Maybe for something at the series. As we remind you, you just have a couple weeks left to secure that last chance pricing on Octopi before it goes up. So you can get 33% off the 2025 annual subscription prices. And you want to do it if you're a casual player, if you're an elite pro. It's got all the tools to help you get better and to do so in an interactive and just fun way. Check it out, octopipoker.ai.
Get in there. This final table will be available in the vault tomorrow. Immediate turnaround time, so you can study exactly what you just watched. With
And we've had
footage
some
attached.
spots where we're like, huh.
Oh, yeah. Well, for me, it's every spot.
Yeah, that's true.
This one looks like
Started with 4.
said spot.
4.9.
I think it was like 32 big blinds.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He's going to announce something.
Yeah, it looked like he was about to
Right.
pull the trigger on that announcement.
Hand is very good with 2 9s. Is he thinking about sizing-wise?
1 million.
3-bet? Yeah, he goes to 1 million. Certainly leaves the door open for Chrissy. Does she want to play for all of it? Just call with king-queen suited? Again, we have position. I think we can rule out fold. I think. Now, all that being said, you do have to be concerned about Francis Anderson. He's got 2.3 million, the short stack, around 15 bigs. So if Chrissy's concerned about payouts, there are ICM implications at play. Despite Francis being short, I think king-queen suited is too good of a hand to fold. Whatever she does, I promise you, it's correct.
Uses a time extension for an additional 30 seconds to act.
Call.
And does call. 2.225 million in the middle. $873 with 1 diamond, about as good as it gets for 2-9.
Yeah, that's pure. 0 Broadway cards. I don't even think we would consider 7s or 8s, but maybe the two hands we could worry about that Chrissy would have just called pre. I think though those pairs might just be all in, given the vulnerability of being able to play it post flop. But who knows? We're certainly not worried about being up against the set. If that's the case, so be it.
700.
10 seconds. 700.
It was about 1/3 pot, 700,000. That does the trick for Ping Lu as he passes the 10 million chip mark. More than 60% of the chips in play. 3 left. Look at the leaderboard brought to you by Global Poker. Ping Lu starting to run away with it. Foxen and Anderson still alive though. Final 3 guaranteed, $70,950, 26K pay jump from 3rd to 2nd. Steven Chidwick has 17 career final tables at the USPO. El Jefe with 14, Winner and Peters with 12, and Negrano with 11.
Aces for the chip leader. Already more than 60% of the chips in play. How to proceed?
800.
Yeah, he's going to go to 8.
Winner. Looking to turn his first USPO cash into a win is Ping Lu. Well on his way.
All in.
And now he can just start doing this. Francis with the ace-jack wakes up, makes the call, and here we go. Anderson in great shape here to get back up to almost 4 million in chips.
I got the clubs. Clubs and
If Luke gets there, we're heads up. Don't think he's going to get there as it comes Jack, Jack, Deuce.
They need the short stack to double one hand at the final table. Make it interesting.
And just like that, Francis Anderson is right back in this thing.
Yeah. You want me to bring? I'll bring this over for you.
It's quick and painless.
Okay. Thank you.
No sweat. So he moves back into 2nd. Foxen in 3rd. Lou still with a very comfortable chip lead.
I imagine Kathy's watching her husband Ping play, don't you?
I would think so,
Yeah.
yeah. Kathy does great work as COO of the Triton Poker Series.
Little bowl of popcorn for her and Zach just hanging out, watching the tube, cheering on Dad.
3.85.
9s to go for Chrissy.
all in.
And Lou jams. Foxen happy to make the call. Really happy to see the Jack 7. Foxen could take the chip lead here. Nine in the window.
What?
Here comes Jack 9-7.
Okay.
Flop?
Chips would have gotten in at some point, I guess. Lou looks for a jack to score the KO.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
10.
Turn is a queen. Foxen just has to dodge a jack.
Only 2 outs in the deck.
And the river is an ace, and Kristen Foxen is back to the chip leader position.
What a swingy couple of hands for Peng Lu. He had almost 65% of the chips in play. Now he's doubled up each of his opponents the last 2 hands. Drifted down to 5.3 million.
375.
The Jack 7 suited's an interesting shove there. Like we saw, it was probably just going to get in at some point.
We are all winners now.
It got in pre. Kristen Foxen got it, looking for her 3rd PGT title of the year. Could she win another series championship after winning the kickoff to start the 2025 campaign? She's assured herself of at least a tie on top of the PGT leaderboard.
Are we doing randomizer for the hands? Okay.
Kristen Foxen has won a Poker Masters
right?
tournament.
Yeah, you can
She's
do it
won
again.
a PokerGO Cup title.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah, do it again.
You don't care? All right. All right, so
And she had a USPO title.
let the fish do it.
Shut up.
Lou raises with the King Jack, Fox, and Ace Jack suited in the small blind.
I have like 25 big ones.
All in?
Puts it in there and will win.
Max pressure. Chipping up.
It's good. Okay.
Okay.
Changes very quick.
Third stat,
did
the
it.
4-time
Okay, whatever. Oh.
female
Like
GPI
everything
player of
changed.
the year.
Oh, something's gonna happen now.
Now it's really gonna change.
There's Alex on the rail. queen for Ping Lu. And 10-4.
This type of texture, it just feels wrong giving up, right?
650.
Yeah, he's going to come with a check raise.
Like it.
This applies a great deal of pressure to really any of the holdings that Chrissy may have, including this, Ace-X. Ping absolutely does not have to have a 10. He could do this with a 4, he can do this with air. A lot of the air will contain backdoor draws, overcards. You can see exactly the case here being king-queen. Very well done.
Yeah, nicely done by Ping Lu, perhaps regaining a little bit of momentum. There it is, the road to the $1 million PGT Championship. You got to finish top 40 on the leaderboard, or you could go to pgt.com/stream-seat and win your way in that way. Jeremy Osmus, Player of the Year, on top of the leaderboard last year, and oh, by the way, also won the PGT Championship.
I don't know if that'll ever
Decent.
happen again.
The odds would say it will not, at least not while you and I are alive. That was dark.
Very, very morbid comment.
My
yeah.
bad.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, we both have long drives home too. You know, the traffic. I don't know. Can you take that comment back?
Yes, did not mean it. Look at the payouts presented by Octopi. Final three is short of almost $71,000, about a 26K pay jump from third to second, up top more than 158K. Like how we threw in an extra $25 for first, which would mean a lot to the winner.
3.275.
Thank you.
Queen 10-10, the open ender for Foxen. One of those ends is dead as Anderson has flopped trips, and an 8 would give him a full house. Quickly calls the 200K bet on the flop. Turns use of clubs.
You saw that the snap call too. It looks very queen heavy, 10 heavy. Not a lot of thought, just okay, call. I wonder if Chrissy recognizes that.
She does check, 1 million in the middle, and Anderson will fire here.
Notice the stare down there too. She's really eyeing Francis Anderson. The body language. Yeah, the sizing, the price looks pretty good. 450K were open-ended, but if we think that he would ever do this to the queen, let alone a 10, that makes that jack essentially worthless. It's not even an out, right? You have to drill the 8 or the king. The 8 has her stone dead. King was the only safe card on the deck. That's a great fold by Chrissy.
Still a nice pickup for Anderson, who won the WSOP Circuit High Roller event here in Vegas about a week and a half ago, beating Sam Laskowitz heads up for that title.
Lasky's out there playing, right?
He's had enough of being at home, being a dad. It was
Yeah.
a couple days.
Ian Shubes, congratulations.
Yeah, congrats to them. Son Dean.
I do have an update, by the way, so we'll
Fantastic.
keep an eye on how Francis wants to proceed out of the small blind.
2 million.
Essentially commits himself. That hand's over. Update, event number 2. The 10K no limit event. Approaching 80 players. Current chip leader. How about Daniel Negreanu?
Oh, baby.
He's up to 560,000. You can find the updates over at pgt.com.
1, 2, 3, 45, 50,
Nick
48
Schulman
behind.
has also just entered the arena.
What was it?
4.8 right here.
Okay, yep.
What about you?
4
4 point.
Yeah, 4 subs.
Eric Seidel, 3rd in chips. Jeremy Becker, 4th in chips. We've got some potential. Keep our eye on for
Sorry,
event
you
number
said
2.
Those players on a
4.7.
break right
Okay,
now.
thank you.
Eric Seidel has just walked in here. Eric, 12 U.S. Poker Open cashes for you. A pretty strong stat, I would say.
Well, you know what they say about lucky number 13.
Thank you, Eric. Best of luck rest of the way. Back to the action here as Anderson opens with the ace-3 suited.
Now I
Foxen.
got to go. You're kicking
Yeah,
me out.
one question a day, Eric. Thank you, though, for the time. Much appreciated. 766, 1 spade.
You don't want me to
All
keep
right,
talking.
best of luck. No, it's good. Thank you again to the Poker Hall of Famer.
Screw yourself, Jeff.
What was that?
Thank you, Eric. Yeah, look at this. Players turning a flush draw here. Very kind words from
Were they? I didn't see
Eric.
that. Guy.
Yeah, you don't really treat the Hall of Famer with respect,
Oh, I
Jeff,
just
and
was
that's
trying
on
to respect his break
you know,
time.
that's on you. $325, the price being laid.
Foxen calls. And
Wow.
Rivers a 10.
That's what she does. Just finds a way. Dead to all spades. Could only win with a queen or a 10. Just buries it. And gonna lead.
Much.
Francis, very curious, thinking this makes no sense. What was you wouldn't do this with a 7. What do you have, a 6? You hit the 10? Wow.
Good fold. Quick
Really
fold,
nice
too.
fold. Yeah, I think he was considering call.
More for Foxen. Look at the chip denominations presented by Splash Sports. Purple chips were 25K a piece. The yellow bumblebees are 100K each. Jazzer in the chat, was Seidel just joking around? I mean, I don't know.
I wouldn't say so. I mean, Jeff, the disrespect.
Ed says Seidel was right saying that. I mean, wow. I was just trying to respect his break time.
He was trying to share some thoughts and words, and you know, we rarely get the opportunity to have
I was thinking he'd stop by once a day or so.
A private guy, and then he loves hopping in with us, and then that's the way you treat him. It's alarming.
Apologies.
Gummy, announcers, do you guys have any pets?
We got a few.
Yeah.
We both have a few.
Yeah, we do. I've got 2 dogs. Jeff's got 2 dogs and a cat, I believe. Which I didn't know that was even legal in states. I don't. Cats and dogs fight. Dogs will eat cats, no?
I don't believe so, no.
That's not happening in your
They don't
house?
fight, really. But
What
there
is
are
your cat? Is some sort of tiger?
Noises exchanged.
Can defend itself?
It's not a tiger, no, but it's pretty feisty.
You can have exotic pets, cats, tigers, lions.
Lions, that'd be sick. Good Flop says, yeah, screw you, Jeff. Sorry.
You know, one of my dogs, she's so old, Beulah.
Yeah, Beulah's
She's even
old.
got an old person's name.
Yeah.
She's very old. She now can't hear a thing. Scream her name. You get right behind her.
1.3.
Scream her name. She has
Nothing.
no idea
Yeah.
you're there. Happier as can be, though.
I
Still
knew
runs
Beulah
around.
was getting old when she started being nice to me.
Yeah.
That was a bad
Maybe
sign.
she's blind as well.
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
It's sad when these animals get. She's 16 years old.
16.
Yeah, that's old for a dog. I think that's like 175 years old in human years.
Buddy's 15.
Buddy's 15?
Yeah.
Oh, we should get them together and take them to like a doggy nursing home.
Yeah.
They have those?
Probably.
No, they could play bingo together on the weekends. They'd have a
love it.
blast. Hit the music.
Hit the music. Ah, yes. Here's what's to come in 2025. The Texas Poker Open. We're back in Houston at Champions Club. 4 high rollers and then that main event. Oh, it's so pretty. Even Brent Hanks could final table it. A 3,300 buy-in, a $2 million guarantee. And then we got that little thing called the World Series this summer.
Was it a $2 million guarantee last year?
I think so, yeah.
All right. Should have won it. That was dumb. Why did I not win it?
Should have won it.
4 5.
Could have used that cash.
Foxen's in line to win this one. She has the birds and the big blind. Francis starting the hand with 17 bigs.
1.1. 1.1.
3-bet to 1.1 million and the quick fold by Anderson.
Great question from Poker Chat Pro. Is the Texas Poker Open in Texas?
Great question.
You want to answer that for
You know, they
him?
say there are no stupid questions, just stupid people that ask questions.
That's
just
an
kidding,
interesting
of
note.
course.
Yes.
No, yeah, it's in Houston. Champions Club, we encourage y'all to come on down, at least for dinner or something. Chef Connie there. Best steaks in all the land.
Oh, I can't wait for those steaks, the salmon, the sauces.
All in? All in.
Good luck, Kristen.
Blind versus blind, and Anderson finds another one to make the call with.
And he
form of the
wished
King 10
her
suited.
luck.
Yeah.
He's the one all in for his tournament life. That's how classy Mr. Anderson is.
Pretty hands.
Yeah.
5.9 million in
different,
this
though.
pot.
I'd say
Foxen
top.
Yeah.
Unlikely.
looks to take about a 2-to-1 chip lead in the heads up. Ace, 6, deuce, 1 club. Anderson would get back to the chip lead if his hand held. The turn is the 9 of hearts. It's a flush draw for Anderson. The open ender for Foxen.
Still 10 outs.
10, 8, 7, 5. That's not a heart. River card is a 3. He entered the day with the chip lead, and he regains it here 3-handed.
Nobody going home. Stay right here.
2.8.
All 3 stacks quite similar. Chrissy the shortest. She still has 22 bigs. 4.5 million.
I have 4.6 now.
New look at the leaderboard presented by Global Poker. It is tight at the top. Anderson leads barely with Ping Lu right there, and Kristen Foxen is very close. Nobody even has 30 big blinds in the race for the Event 1 title and $158,000.
Did you ever tell me your prediction for who's going to win the U.S. Poker Open?
I said Alex Foxen.
I thought we weren't allowed to include the Foxens.
We weren't allowed to include these 3 players here, but you still took Kristen.
I thought you meant Kristen and Alex, but you counted Alex twice because he's such a large human.
He is a large guy. Reminds me of Reacher. Reacher reminds me of Foxen. Have you seen Reacher on Amazon Prime?
No, what is that? Who's Reacher?
He's a character on a TV show. You should Google it.
Reacher?
Reacher.
I've seen a lot of shows. I love watching shows. I've never heard of this one. It's called
You'd love
Reacher?
this one, yeah.
Is it new?
Not really, no.
I'm about to get into the show called Mobland. Have you seen that?
Oh, the preview looks good.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm seeing Reacher. 2022, not exactly new, Jeff.
I didn't say it was new. You
No,
asked
you
if
said
it was new.
Yeah.
I didn't say it was new.
You led me to believe that it was new. Looks pretty good. I just finished White Lotus, the 3rd season.
That's great. But did you see the Fox and Reacher comparison?
I mean, it just looks like another John Cena type. You know,
Yeah.
big Jack guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. He looks like any linebacker in the NFL. You could just say that too. Anyway, White Lotus season 3.
Yeah.
Are you guys watching that? Have you gotten into it at all?
I haven't gotten into this season yet.
Oh, okay. It's, you guys would like that show. I think Tay-Tay,
Yeah.
your fiance, would love White Lotus.
Okay.
It's great. The 3rd one, not my favorite of the 3 seasons,
Yeah.
but very good.
Okay. Donnie Peters, they just released a new season of Reacher, You Fish. That was directed towards you.
Yeah,
Go Fish. Great show.
I'm out, I'm out on that one for now, but maybe I'll add it to the docket.
Okay.
I'll tell you what a great show is. Have you seen 1923?
Heard that's great.
My God. They just had a 2-hour finale on Sunday.
Heard that is great.
Heavens to Betsy.
Good one.
Unbelievable. That show.
That Taylor Sheridan guy, man, I don't know how he has time for anything.
He's just making all these
Pumps out the hits.
classic Western type show. They are just great. A lot of violence in 1923.
Nice.
A lot of morbid stuff. I think you'd really like it.
Good. I'm in on the violence. Three things I look for in a show.
Okay, this ought to be good. Yeah.
Death.
Okay. Yeah.
Action.
All right.
Suspense.
Okay. Yeah, there it is. So you would really like 1923.
All right, great.
Death, action, and suspense. So
Yeah.
you probably love Steven Seagal. Do you watch all
Big
the
Seagal fan.
You watch
yeah,
all
big
those
Seagal fan.
horrible movies? Yeah.
He's great. Great actor.
Yeah. Not really a Wes Anderson type of guy, huh?
No. No.
You're out on that.
Yeah.
What about nudity? Do you like that in your shows or movies? Is that something you're into?
I don't get nude when watching, no.
Oh, it's a
feel like
must,
that's
really.
weird.
I mean, you're a married guy now, soon to be married.
Soon to be.
It's part of the plan.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And once the kids come along, you got to be
Play
careful.
the U.S. Poker Open online series at globalpoker.com, running now through April 20th. Compete for big prizes and a trip to Las Vegas. This series features a variety of tournaments, including mystery and progressive Balinese, turbos, and deep stacks. Play the U.S. Poker Open now at globalpoker.com.
You know about what you started with?
25 big blinds. I think five exactly.
Yeah, I got 5.3.
Okay.
Defendable and the best hand. Okay.
And it flops the nuts.
Above average flop.
Yes, I would say so for Ping Lu.
Chrissy seems like the type to spike the jack of spades on the turn.
Let's see. As Lou check calls. It's the 8 of hearts on the turn. Check, check.
Yeah,
over
that's
4.
Pretty, I think insignificant. A pair is a pair, understandably so.
Yeah, but about the same as King High.
It's about the same as King High. The question then becomes, would Chrissy ever turn her hand into an ill-advised, ill-timed bluff? Having that king, playing King Jack as such. Bet flop.
1.2.
Check back turn to be under wrapped, but I don't think that Ping is going to give her the opportunity. Not so cutesy sizing. He goes large, 1.2. It's over. Had he done something to try to induce,
Oh, yeah.
then I think
she
that
could have had a hand worth.
she's got a hand that where, yeah, she can really just
Blocks
go
the
nuts.
2 pairs. Instead, it's Ping Lu up to 6.6 million. Got away relatively cheap on that one.
Lucky drink. Thank you.
Oh, and the delivery from Alex Foxen.
Looks like a latte to me.
Does indeed.
You start with.
I started
Okay.
at 5.3.
Thank you. Thank you. Cool.
9-8-3 open ender for Foxen.
That's a good start for Chrissy defending. 10-7 suited. Not the type of texture that Mr. Anderson is at all excited about.
Does check back. Turn queen.
Curious. Chrissy could semi-bluff at this card. She can have a lot of Jack-10. Pretty much the only one with Jack-10. I don't think that Frances Anderson would check behind on the flop with Jack-10 specifically, or Queen-10 for that matter. Bingo.
River 6. Bingo indeed.
Well, checked flop, check turn. Is there a world in which she tries to check once more? The way Francis has played it, he's trying to get the showdown, it suggests. Could he have a smaller pair? Stubborn ace-high, king-high type holdings. I don't think that this is a call candidate. It's not. He's out.
You have 4 point. Okay. Ellen.
All of it winner. I think we're long past the point of conversation of if Foxen is the best female player in the game. She's well regarded as one of the best players in the game, period. Look at the women's all-time money list. She does still trail Vanessa Selps. It's only a matter of time before overtaking Selps.
Yeah, that seems inevitable unless Vanessa comes back and plays a number of events. But Vanessa Selps, by the way, that 11.9 million mark, she stopped playing poker full time like 6-7
that's an
years
incredible
ago, maybe
number.
longer.
Incredible.
It's absurd.
Before the high rollers really took control
They weren't
of the
even a
poker
thing.
world. Yeah.
When she did all that, there weren't even high rollers.
It was like 125K a
Yeah.
year.
That
is remarkable. She was dominant. Shout out to Liv Marie for making her way back into the poker world with a final table showing at World Series of Poker Paradise Super Main Event.
The super main event.
The Super Main.
It's clever.
The Don't Go to the Win main event. that was also pitched, but Super Main sounds better.
Oh, they also titled it the Don't Go to the Win?
Just a joke. Just joking.
Who came up with that one?
I'm just joking.
That was your
yeah.
original? Yeah. Well, how'd that work out for him?
Probably fine. I don't know. I loved it there. I was in the Bahamas.
You did. Yeah,
it
no,
was
you were
fantastic.
getting pampered and doing your thing out there.
VIP treatment.
Yeah. Cool Drummer in the chat says that Vanessa just did a live stream yesterday. Of what?
Wow.
Where?
I want to do it.
Okay.
2 more hands at this level.
Good for you.
Seems as though I've fallen victim to the classic Doug Polk, Vanessa Selbst joke. It's Doug that's been streaming.
I
Code
didn't
Doug.
get it either.
Yeah.
They got me on it too. Code Doug.
Yeah.
$4.2 to start.
Queens for Foxen on the all club flop. Leads for 300K on the turn. PGT update, Chino Ream leads the PGT leaderboard alongside Kristen Foxen at the end of today. If Foxen finishes in third, if she's second or better, she takes the lead. Jesse Lonis won the PGT PLO series along with that massive 50K side bet. 50K per person side bet, I should say, resulting in 500K for Lonis. Daniel Negreanu with another PGT crown. And is chip leader in event 2.
He always accumulates chips, makes runs, and then it's towards the end of the night where he seems to get quite unlucky. Especially in the no-limit events. The PLO events, he was crushing.
His jam.
Yeah, it
PLO
is his jam. We might be here a while.
Seems like it, huh? Three players do remain out of the 129 entry field.
Lines are up. 244. 244 next time.
125K, 250K, 250K big blind ante. Queen, queen 7, no diamond.
Nancy Hall in the chat. She wishes that Play Poker Go would have a PLO option. Well, maybe down the road. Donnie Peters would know better. But the no limit stuff's great. Look at all those Golden Eagles. 8 events, 8 trophies, and then the massive one.
The big guy.
For our series champion.
I got 4.4 million.
Okay, thank you.
Foxen makes it 650 with the jack 7. Anderson is jack 8.
So Ping Lu, the chip leader, that's 26 big blinds. Saw Chrissy kind of doing the math in her head.
As chip leader, it's 26.
Yeah.
Ooh, on hand.
Ace jack on the button.
Wow.
Splash Sports presenting sponsor of the 2025 US Poker Open.
All in.
Who just jams with the 9-7 suited. Anderson has 8s and makes the call. And here we go. Anderson, the 2-1 favorite to take back the chip lead, and that would leave Lou as the short stack.
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Very aggro shove from Ping Lu. Trying to put a ton of pressure on Anderson and Foxen. Fewer than 20 bigs. Here we go.
5-5-3, no hearts, clean flop for Anderson. Clean turn as well. Every river is clean unless it's a 9. River is a 7, and it's Anderson. Back into the chip lead.
I certainly anticipated some explosions. I didn't see that one coming. Just the open rip. 9-7 suited.
Roller coaster ride of this final table continues. Lou now has less than 10 bigs. The double fist pump by Anderson.
Yeah, double check.
Look at the payouts brought to you by Octopi. Got a 26K pay jump from 3rd to 2nd.
This is 1.7, yeah.
It's like 2 million.
2 million total, 1.95.
All in.
There's the jam. Lewis, ace-4. And will make the call. Got a 60-40 favorite to get back up to more than 4 million. Anderson on his feet, looking to score the KO to get us to heads up. Ace, Jack, deuce, and that's all paying Lou.
Nope, nobody's going broke. Or
Glimmer of hope does emerge. 10 on the turn.
I hope I didn't jinx it.
That king would set us up with our final 2. But the river is another 10, and more chips go back to Ping Lu.
This is crazy now.
Crazy indeed.
Roller coaster.
Yep.
Francis undeterred. It's just
Anyone's.
pounding a granola bar.
Yeah.
55.
Okay.
Yeah.
All in.
Ace-7 off, good enough for Lou, all of it.
600.
600.
Never folding in the history of the game.
And flops top pair.
Love watching these types of spots post-flop. France is cutting out raising chips. All these stacks are very short, so to speak. Not a lot of depth. Flop top pair in these scenarios, you're just content playing for stacks.
Wants to get some more in the middle now. Makes it 1.05 million. And we'll pick up the pot.
What's up?
How much
I got 5.15
Thank you.
to start this hand.
Chrissy now down to 13 bigs, give or take. She is our short stack, three-handed. Same time, same place tomorrow. We'll have event number 2. Final table presented by Global Poker. Keep an eye on the action over at pgt.com. See if Daniel Negreanu can navigate his way to his first final table here at the Open.
750.
Just like that, lose back to over 20 bigs.
Thank you.
So nobody is 30. Streaming schedule rest of the way. Maria Ho will join us for the event 3 final table on the 11th. She and Bren will be here on the 12th.
Yeah.
Take Sundays off. Monday we start the circus, day 1 coverage.
Now, why isn't Remco available? So you have some bike race
Probably
going on?
a bike race. Foxen will defend with the Jack-9.
You've never ridden on a bike, is that correct?
No, but in the last 10 to 15 years, I haven't, probably. Unless an exercise bike counts, but that sucks. You on a Peloton?
We own one. It's more
But
of a
decoration.
it's more of a shelf these days. Yeah, hang some clothes on it. It was a nice piece of equipment for about a week. A lot of use out of that.
Did you? Yeah, you really hit it hard at the
I
beginning.
mean, I rode it once.
Oh, once.
Yeah, I don't like it. It really hurts. I don't like sitting on the seat. It hurts. I don't know how people ride bikes for like a living.
Well, you ask Remco.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Break It in the chat says, I am Connor McLeod of the Clan McLeod. I was born in 1518 in the village Glenfinnan. I think you're in the wrong chat, buddy. Just throwing that out there. Foxen all of it with the threes. Anderson, the jack 8 suited, will ask for a count. And lets it go. Our eliminations, Justin Saliba to start the day, gone in 7th. Then it was the 2-time series champion David Peters. Said goodbye in 6th. There's our satellite winner, brutal exit for Michael Ariano. Out the door in 5th. Anthony Hu able to ladder his way all the way up to 4th. And that's left us with 3, and these 3 have been battling three-handed for about 6 or 7 hours. Foxen, the Ace King suited.
Merlin says you just have to condition your touche to ride the bike.
Oh.
So you gotta.
How do you do the condition?
The more
What's the
you
conditioning
ride, I
like?
guess you know the less it hurts. See, I didn't know that going in. I would have never, bought a Peloton if I realized you had to condition your touche.
Anderson with the aces here. King 5 off for Foxen. Will defend.
Obviously, it's trouble if we connect up against aces.
10-4-3.
Safe for now for Chrissy.
Just out. Three-handed with about 60 big blinds on the table, a little more.
Yeah. Mr. Anderson, he's got more than 50% of the chips in play. Working on his first ever title inside the studio. His first final table inside the studio.
Ace 4 deuce. Foxen leads. And Foxen wins. Nice one to get through.
Critical. Not the biggest pot, but sort of hovering around that 13, 15 big blind mark. Stay in the game.
You know who also just entered the field at the US Poker Open?
Talk to me.
That would be Texas Mike.
Texas
He's
Mike,
back.
he's back. Okay.
Love that.
Okay.
It's all good. It's all
Oh. Anderson shoves with the 5s, and Lou looks down at 2 4s.
You'd much rather be the one just open shoving
Yeah.
the 2 4s rather than calling off your tournament life. Get into problems, though. If you have ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4 all in bad shape. If Francis just open rip those hands.
Which he probably would.
And he would probably shove 3s and 2s as well.
Yeah.
So you can find some hands that you're well out in front of. The rest of the time, though, you're flipping at best. Or you look at this type of scenario where you're a huge dog.
But flip side, perhaps limited scenarios in which you're just crushed like this as Francis reaches a level of pocket pairs where he doesn't want to jam because it's too good. But can Lou get away from this spot in which the 4s are crushed?
I think if the stacks were reversed between Lou and Foxen, he would probably call it off, but that is worth noting. The fact that he does have Chrissy covered.
Gets away from the 4s. He'll be happy to see that that was the right decision.
No. Pocket 5s?
Anderson asked him if he has had 5s.
Thanks.
You want to play with Chrissy Foxen in the PGT Championship for $1 million? Scan that QR code. Do it now. Totally free. Someone will win a seat.
All in.
Call.
Queen 6, the jam and the snap, and here we go. Foxen, the one all in and at risk with the ace 10 suited. Lou, the Queen 6, about a 2-to-1 underdog.
I'm gonna run the rest.
Ace in the window as it comes, ace 9-5. Fantastic news for Kristen Foxen.
See the odds. Only 3% of the time does the Queen 6 actually get there. There's step 1, but it's a club.
Clubs, yeah, so 3 outs there for Lou. 7 of spades, 7 of hearts, 7 of diamonds. River card is a 5, and Kristen Foxen doubles up. She gets to about 6.6 million. Ping Lu is down to just 4 big blinds.
What is it?
3.150.
150. Nice one.
Three-handed play continues.
Yeah, Ping Lu now on the ropes. About 1 million chips, less than 5 bigs. We've seen a lot of miraculous comebacks inside the studio. Perhaps this is his turn.
You want to do it?
Yeah.
You,
One hand, then on and ready.
oh,
That's not
never
good.
mind. That's not good. My bad.
I mean, I don't think it makes a big difference.
See in the background there, Daniel Negreanu sitting next to Rampage. Oh, wouldn't that be a feature table? Have some eyes on. I might just go out there and stand next to him
There
after
we
the
go.
show.
That's what you should do. Maybe some live commentary.
Live stream it on my phone.
Nice.
You want to do it with me?
Yeah, I'll do some commentary with you live
That'd be
table side.
great, yeah.
A7, 4 big blinds for Lou on the button.
All
Here it goes.
Call.
Foxen out of the way. Anderson calls with ace-5.
Okay.
Lou in nice shape here.
one even.
Get to a chop about 1/4 of the time. Let's see what happens this time. Ten, 4, 3, all hearts. Wheel draw for Anderson, flush draw for Lou. Turn 7 of hearts. Three-handed play continues. Lou back up to almost 2.4 million.
Yeah, nobody gonna go away. We knew this would happen.
Look at the leaderboard presented by Global Poker, and we are indeed still three-handed. As the blinds go up, and we have just over 50 big blinds on the table. Anderson and Foxen a little more than 20, Lou at 7. Just about 8. Call it 8.
Mathematically, it really just doesn't seem possible that we're still three-handed.
It's unbelievable. Foxen 2 10s.
$750.
Sizing up here. Winner.
Neck and neck.
Yeah, indeed.
Identical stacks for Chrissy and Mr. Anderson.
Ladies and viewers, and some blinds are up. 25, 5,000, 5,000. It's going to be a double level. 25, 5,000, 5,000.
All in.
Can I get a count,
5
please?
suited, all of it. Foxen asks for a count.
Wow.
I don't think I'm folding, but
Seems like a call with King 9. For only 5 bigs or so.
1.775.
I think we're in. Yep.
She agrees, and here we go. Ping Lu all in and at risk once more. This time, though, he's dominated. Would get back up to about 13 bigs if he won this one. Ace 8, 6. Blue looks for a 5. The turn is a jack, presents some chop outs. In the form of a 6 or an 8. River card. How about a
What?
5?
No way.
For Ping Lu.
Are you kidding?
Wow.
And we stay
1.7.
three-handed.
Okay. 1.5.
What is happening?
1.7. 75.
It's one of the more remarkable final tables we've covered to be at three-handed this long, this shallow.
Miracle river cards. Early on, Chrissy finding the magical mallard on the river, and now Ping with that 5-ball.
Wow. Look at the payouts brought to you by Octopi. If we ever get to the pay jump, it's worth almost 26K. That's 7 straight double ups when we've been three-handed. Make it 8. Foxen, Limson, King 9. Jack 10, 9, all hearts. Foxen the pair, Anderson the flush draw. Check, check, and they both make a straight.
Yeah. Free roll now for Anderson, however. There's that heart. I think we all knew this ended a chop.
For sure.
Nobody wins pots. And when you're all in, you just get there. Did you bring a sleeping bag?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Foxen leaves for 450,000. River, Jack of diamonds.
I told you. Chop it up, Jeff.
Chop it up. $600K will be called, and we'll chop.
Who's everybody rooting for, by the way, in the chat? Let us know. I'm genuinely curious. You got Foxen, Mr. Anderson, or Ping?
What you got now?
This was
Okay,
3.25.
3.5.
Remember, you can play the US Poker Open online series on globalpoker.com. It runs now through April 20th. The weekday start times, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. Weekends, 4 p.m. Eastern and 1 p.m. Pacific. Compete for big prizes and that trip to Las Vegas. US Poker Open now, globalpoker.com. Fox and the Ace Jack.
10 seconds. 600.
Call.
Queen 6 off, Lou defends. King 5 deuce.
Is it possible to get a cold Fiji water? No, a cold Fiji water. First.
Maybe some evil thoughts from Ping?
I got 7 million. I got 7 million.
No. Safe to say, by the way, majority of the folks in the chat, they are all aboard the Foxen Express.
Okay.
Approximately how much do you have now?
Let me see.
Sorry.
Did see one person rooting for the commentators. Respect that.
I got 7.
6, 7. So 6, including big blind. Yeah.
If you want this thing to continue to go on, make sure you like and subscribe to this channel. Smash that thumbs up. I don't see too many likes. I don't know what's going on with that. We want to bring these broadcasts every single day, live streams, and eventually we're going to bring in day 1 coverage. The circus coming back to town during the evenings. Go nuts. Smash that thumbs up button.
Rolling.
Blue
Pretty
jams
one.
with the king deuce. It's such a pretty hand for Foxen, but is it a qualifier? No.
Big birthday at the Hanks household tonight, by the
Yeah,
way,
Johnny.
buddy. My boy Johnny, 4 years old. Chick-fil-A.
4-ball. Oh,
that
that's
will
what he
be
wants?
the yeah, that was his
That's
meal
awesome.
of choice. And I am thrilled about it.
What did he want this morning when he, came down the stairs? What do you want for breakfast?
Cake.
Cake.
Yeah,
nice.
you wanted a lot of cake. Yes.
600.
Respect that.
Naturally, I let him have some.
Yeah, sure.
Then again, this tournament may not end, and I'll never get home to
Right.
see my son celebrate his birthday.
Yeah, out of all the days to have a long one, it's your son's birthday. It's my son's return to Dallas.
He'll be 14 by the time I get home. Your son, Luca, return to yeah. Poker Chat says, same thing. Johnny will be a teenager before this game is over.
How much you got?
It's like 20 big blinds.
Okay. All in.
Grip and rip.
With the ace-5 winner.
Yes, sir.
So he came down the stairs, my boy. Saw, you know, the presents all lined up, was all excited. So we take a look at Francis wandering off the set. Little tip. And he sees one of his presents. It's this big yellow Tonka truck. And it's got like a tow rope on the front. You know, looks like a sort of a hook.
Right, okay.
And so we're all morning long, he tells his friends, and on the drive, he's talking to my parents, his grandparents, and he says over and over again, I got a big yellow Tonka truck with a hooker on the front.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
no.
So clearly he's from Vegas.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dear. Hooker on the front.
Hooker on the front, yeah. Every boy's dream. A truck
He gets
with
it
a
at
hooker
age
on the
4.
front. Yeah.
All in.
Blue jams king-7 off.
Chrissy doing the math, I believe. She's got 18 bigs. Chip leader, Francis Anderson. He's got 23, and Ping Lu has 11.
Blue ace-9.
Incoming.
All in.
6.3. How much is it?
I don't think this is a limp call for Mr. Anderson. Maybe queen 6. Shane Lambert as well as NSJ Sauce. Is this live? Yeah, we're live.
We're live.
Right here. Started last week, but we're still live. Long event.
Got event number 2 going on at our outer tables.
10, 12, 6, go.
Kristen's
See you again,
husband,
dude.
Alex.
Again.
Is going to make a run.
The big dog.
67
You're gonna learn a
PGT
lot.
final tables.
That's all time, right?
Checking in on Chrissy. That is indeed all time. Shulman in there, Jonathan Little, Darren Elias. And A7 suited for Lou.
All in.
The winner. Twistle clips, you boys get paid overtime. We're still working on regular time pay over here.
We do it for the love of the game.
Sorry, can I see? You have like, yeah, okay, that's good. Thank you.
6.5.
Okay.
10 seconds.
750.
750.
Foxen winner. Started her poker journey online. It took her about 2 years to just get to be one of the top players on PokerStars. She achieved Supernova Elite status in 2013. Started playing poker in 2011. The Canadian watched Poker After Dark, found inspiration, especially in Jennifer Harmon. And it certainly served as an inspiration to many women out there, especially after a deep run in the World Series of Poker main event last year. She finished in 13th and had the whole poker world and even some of the outside world captivated.
Everybody was rooting for her to not only just final table the main, but to win the damn thing.
On.
Yeah, walk it out. You know, getting a little warm in Vegas, Jeff, and not enjoying it.
Oh, I love it.
A little steamy out
I'd
there.
rather it be 100 than 50.
Oh no, give me 50. Yeah, I don't want the 100.
The 100's coming.
Expectations, by the way, this summer in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
We're gonna hit close to 130.
Really?
Yeah. It's a massive year for
heat wave.
Whatever reason for the heat wave. Yeah. That's insane.
Sounds amazing.
Oh God.
You gonna be continuing the walks on the mountain by your house?
I don't know. I might not even get out of bed.
It'll be earlier in the morning, so it'll only be like 110-ish or so.
Thank goodness we got the AC units.
Oh yeah, you fixed that.
Installed. Yeah. Brand new.
All
Here we
in
go.
and a call. Foxen jams the ace deuce. Anderson snaps it off with the 2 10s. 11.7 million in the pot. Ping Lu, a very interested observer in line for a 26K pay jump. Even if Foxen finds a way, Anderson is down to just 2.5 bigs. And Foxen does find a way as it comes 5 deuce deuce.
That's my kind of flop.
There's still a 10 in there.
Francis is sick.
Goes from dominant to dominated. Needs a 10. Doesn't find it on the turn. river card is a 6. We stay three-handed, and Kristen Foxen takes a massive chip lead.
The Mallard Mama, the superstar, finds a way. A dirty bad beat delivered to Mr. Anderson, and he is just absolutely disgusted.
Oh, he's crushed. And you understand it. Goodness me.
Yep. Very cool.
Anderson just stunned. Take a look at the leaderboard. He's in some trouble. About 2.5 big blinds.
I don't know if he's stunned. He's furious.
Mixture, perhaps. Leaderboard presented by Global Poker. Kristen Foxen with the commanding chip lead.
I mean, had he won, he had roughly 80% of the chips in play. Instead, it's Chrissy. She's in charge.
Looking to take pole position in the race for the series championship. This event number 1 of 8. The only one at the 5K price point. Aram Zobian in the field defending his series championship. Got David Peters in the mix, Stephen Chidwick as well, Sean Winter and Martin Zamani, other series champions. Foxen opens, Anderson in for all of it with the Jack-9.
$7.25. Yeah, you'll be.
Fox was about to say you'll be happy to see this, I think.
She gets
something
it in good.
along those lines. And Anderson is the slight underdog.
No, you're gonna win this one.
$2 million in the pot. Will three-handed play continue? King 10-3 opens up a couple more outs for Anderson in the form of a queen.
We've all sucked out.
Looks for a
few
queen,
times.
jack, or
I don't
9.
think you have. Yet.
Does not find it on the turn. 9 outs approaching this river card. And that river is an 8, and we are
Unlucky.
finally down to heads up.
Unlucky, likewise.
All good. Good luck, guys.
Classy way
Thank you.
to exit for Francis Anderson. Out in third for almost $71,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Bit of a walk of
It's
shame
insane.
out of here thinking
I'll do the same.
won
actually.
that.
Thank
He
you.
was a huge favorite to win the tournament.
Yes, is that okay?
He'll be thinking about that one for quite a
Perfect.
while.
Okay, yeah, go ahead,
Great.
go ahead.
Thank
We'll
you.
We'll be right back.
And that means we're heads up for the title between Kristen Foxen and Ping Lu. That title comes with more than $158,000. Back in a couple minutes. Fatigue.
Gutter applied for Chrissy. Also ace high. Could it be good? 2 flush draws present themselves.
That's 225.
It's interesting. Sort of wonder if semi for value. Semi we have outs. Pink's certainly not folding this pair of sixes. But now we kind of get our answer, right? If you're Chrissy, okay, what is he calling with?
River king.
Check.
Does this type of card, this board, bode well for her to turn ace high into a bluff, or does she think perhaps it's good enough to get the showdown some of the time?
Check.
She does. She checks back. She'll see that loose hand is best. Would have preferred to open up the bidding on the generational talent if you are going to trade it.
Maybe get a little bit more.
Perhaps there could be a little more.
You don't think there was anything else going on there, right? Like Luca may have had some encounters with.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I do not believe so. Welcome back to the PokerGO Studio, where we have finally found ourselves heads up for the title of event number 1 of the 2025 US Poker Open. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks, and Brennan's Kristen Foxen alongside Ping Lu, and what a lead this is for Foxen.
She's got a little more than 80% of the chips, 40 bigs, and Ping Lu, you can see it right here, he's only got 10 big blinds, so he is going to be forced into action early.
This leaderboard presented by Global Poker as both Foxen and Lu look for their first US Poker Open tournament title. Foxen has already achieved wins in the other 2 series majors. Wins at the Poker Masters and the PokerGO Cup.
Okay.
Heads up poker is relatively insane. The chaos that occurs, the variance extremely high. Despite having an overwhelming chip lead, Foxen is not safe. You're comfortable,
sure,
but you've been there so many times and you've seen it, you've been through it. It's just never, ever easy. Already a great start for Ping Lu.
Flops top pair against the gutter.
Yeah, and Chrissy is a hand where she likely wants to call a bet. We can, of course, see what the jackpot card would be if that 3-ball comes. And it goes check, check, surprising.
Turn king. Foxen 15-8 in her career. Live heads-up battles. Lu is 3-0. His last win came at a PGT Sprint event, a 5K back in 2023. Foxen's last win came at the PokerGO Cup just a couple months ago.
Ping check flop, check turn. Perhaps this line he's taken could earn him some chips if Chrissy tries to steal it with 5 high. Certainly her hand is never good at showdown. She may feel compelled to bet, and she is reaching.
300,000. And Ping will just pick that right off. Good start to heads up for Ping Lu.
Probably about what he would have won had he just bet the flop to begin with. So it all worked out for Ping.
Sure.
2 hand? Okay, we play 2 hand and then next level.
2 more hands in this level. Foxen's 4th career US Poker Open cash. Let's lose first. Ping has his wife Kathy here rooting him on. Foxen is her husband Alex here playing event 2 and also rooting her on.
10 seconds.
All in?
All in.
Foxen jams. And that will do the trick.
Yep.
In a poll in the chat, who are you rooting for to win? Looks like Chrissy's got a slight lead there.
So look at the payouts brought to you by Octopi. Difference of a little more than $60,000. First will also receive that Golden Eagle.
All in.
All in.
Blue jams with King 3 and wins.
What is it? 40K now? Jordan, yeah.
$200K, $400K, the $400K big blind ante. We don't even have like the level 29 and plus because we never get here.
Have we ever been at the 200, 400K level?
Ever, probably, but it doesn't happen often. Foxen limps in with the 8-6. Who checks with the 7-5. And flops 2 pair, so it's the open ender for Foxen.
The money could go in.
Absolutely. But it goes check, check. And the turn locks it up for Lou.
Lou gonna bet right out with that full house. This is trouble for Chrissy. We can see it, even if she does call stone dead, cannot win. This heads up sort of environment, it seemingly a mandatory call. No fault whatsoever, she just has to. Disaster maybe avoided. It just connects with a pair of 6s. The backdoor clubs get there, but does in fact now have a bluff catcher of sorts. A pair is a pair. And heads up poker, very valuable. Lou is taking a ton of time here. It's just whatever it takes to try and get called.
600.
Goes really small.
600K.
Maybe the price is just right. I don't know. It looks a lot like a 10, perhaps trip 5s. Would he take this sizing with a 7 as a value bet?
Time extension used for an additional 30 seconds to act.
Chrissy's trying to find bluffs that maybe she can beat if she just calls.
She does call. We'll see the bad news.
I almost jammed.
Oh, was going to turn it into the.
Then I almost folded.
The
That would
bluff.
have been better.
You said you almost jammed, then you almost.
I did. Yeah. I was
All
jammed,
three
then I
options
almost
on the
folded.
table.
Then I was like, all right, I'll pay it off.
It was that sizing, the 600K, that
almost enticed her to
exactly.
go bananas with that
I
type
don't.
of hand.
What a
Foxen now
start.
out of time extensions.
You have like 5.4 back.
I have
Okay.
5.4 back.
And he has 2 5s.
$800. 800.
Goes for the min race.
And would be snapping, I imagine, with these 2 5s heads up. First
Kind of
tournament
would have
live.
thought the 5s just
I
whip it in
think
there.
it's just an open jam to begin with, pre. It's very hard to play post. Instead, let's flip a coin and take a flop.
Seven,
gosh.
6, 4 with 2 spades. And while Lou has the better hand at the moment, Foxen is the favorite here with the flush draw and straight draw.
But she absolutely smashes this thing.
And will lead for 700,000. He makes the call. 3.4 million in the pot. He is about 4 million behind. The turn is the 9 of clubs. Foxen turns the stone colds.
The absolute dream. And to get action on that board, to turn the nuts, have a redraw to spades. How tricky. Would she ever consider checking? Now she's reaching. She says, you know what, if he can call me on that board on the flop, he must have some sort of piece that's connected in some way, shape, or form.
Setting up about a half pot all-in jam on the river.
And I don't fault Ping. I don't think he can fold pocket 5s. It's a world in which he thinks he could have the best hand. And
Does
in
make
his
the
mind,
call.
we have equity, right? We're open-ended.
And does river a no good set of 5s.
And that is a picture-perfect card if you're Chrissy. I think it's just enough to be able to get him to call off with a set, despite being a one-liner to a straight.
All in.
There's the jam. If it's followed up by a call, this tournament is over.
Ping doesn't feel like she's bluffing, but maybe his hand is too good to fold. Wow.
Does let go of the
Wow.
5s.
That is so hard to
nice
do.
fold.
Leaves himself fewer than 10 big blinds. That takes an unbelievable amount of discipline to just declare yourself to not have the best hand. That's a sick fold.
A 7 suited now for Foxen on the button.
All in.
All of it. Lou with the king jack makes the call. Here we go. Lou looks to get back up to 5.6 million. Foxen looks to win event number 1. Queen 6-3 with 2 hearts. Ace high still good. It does have the flush draw as well. You see the outs for Lou top of your screen. Looks for a king or jack. That's not a heart. That's it. Kristen Foxen adds a U.S. Poker Open tournament title to her resume.
Thank you.
Back-to-back hands to seal it off by making the stone cold nuts.
I like ginned the turn so hard. 10-8 of spades. Yeah, so.
I rivered a set.
Oh, wow, okay.
Fives.
Yeah, probably could have played differently. I did. Thank you.
All right.
Get to work.
She did win,
some
Chino.
points.
Incredible.
She leads Chino Ream on the 2025 PGT leaderboard now after this win, and she leads the way in the race for the U.S. Poker Open Series Championship in that 25,000 PGT passport and that illustrious, that prestigious Golden Eagle. Ping Lu with a nice first showing as well, winning $96,750. A hug from his wife, Kathy. A nice consolation prize. 97 points in the race for the series championship. We wrap it all up with a look at the final table results presented by Global Poker. The 2-time series champion, David Peters. Final tables, the first event, wins a little bit more than 32K. Francis Anderson entering the day with the chip lead, ending the day in brutal fashion, losing to Kristen Foxen. 10s versus ace deuce. Finishes in third for almost 71K. So she has a PokerGO Cup title, she has a Poker Masters title, and now she has a U.S. Poker Open tournament title. And that comes with pole position
Always in a hand.
in the race for the 2025 U.S. Poker Open. Alex will come in for a victory picture later. Kristen Foxen, certainly a threat here to win the U.S. Poker Open. What an action-packed final table to kick things off at one of the most prestigious series in the game. For our entire crew, for Brent Hanks, I'm Jeff Platt. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you next time at the 2025 U.S. Poker Open.